I think good morning, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started, and I'll call the October 1st, believe it or not, that's kind of hard to believe, of the School Mental Health Advisory Council meeting to order. Welcome everybody to our meeting. Currently, we've got just jumped up to 30 members. So I know you all are extremely busy during our time of semi-quarantine or whatever we're all in, back in our own homes or school sites, but welcome to everybody. I would like to extend my thanks to everybody for joining, and especially all of you. I know you've got a lot of busy things going on in your lives and in your work, and many of you in your school buildings, so we appreciate that you take the time today to join us. Got a lot of important topics today that we're going to cover. Spend a good amount of time on the bullying task force subcommittee work that you've all been working on otherwise. So thanks to all that. And those of you that are in the schools and attempting to keep our kids and our teachers and everybody in school and safe, we really appreciate all that work that's going on as we are in this world of 2020, and it continues. So just a few little editorial comments there by myself, but thanks to everybody for joining us today. Okay, Pat, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and do the roll call. And I believe, I don't know if everybody's muted or unmuted, but you'll be able to respond to this. We are, looks like, up to 34, so very good.
Yes, so as I call names, if you would just unmute and let me know you're here, and we'll just make sure we don't miss anyone. So Kathy Bush.
Present.
Shelby Bruckerhoff.
Present.
Kristen Garner. I believe Kristen's message must have said that she would join us after 1 o'clock today. Diane Gerstad.
Present.
Gary Hinault.
Present.
Representative Jennings is unable to attend today. Kathy Kirstenbrock-Ostmeyer.
Present.
Melody Martin.
Present.
Monica Mernan. I believe I might have had a message from her as well. Rochelle Soden.
Present.
Mark Torkelson.
Present.
Pam Wygand.
Present.
Jane Groff.
Present.
Jose Cornejo.
Present.
Bobby Eckloff.
Present.
Jessica Griffin.
Present.
Leah Hawley.
Present.
Kimber Cassets. Okay, I do not see her on the list present. Monica Kurz.
Present.
John McKinney.
Present.
Carla DeHetry for Judy Rodman. Okay, I don't see her yet. Dinah Sykes.
Present.
Kelsey Torres.
Present.
Laura Hattrup for Cherie Blanchette.
Present.
Misty Sarnowski.
Present.
Bobby Eckloff. Oh, I already called you, Bobby. Sorry. I have you on there twice. My apologies. John Heim.
Here.
Ken Huey.
Here.
Dina Novak.
Present.
Ronnie Lawrence. Kathy Mosier will be joining us late. Shirley Scott. Planned to be with us, but maybe had an error. And Mary Jo Taylor. Julianne Walker. Voting members, have I missed anyone?
I don't know if I'm a voting member, but my name wasn't called, so I figured I'd speak up now.
It's John Calvert.
You would be a, oh, you know, that's a good question. I believe you're a KSDE staff. I think that's where we had Susan in former position. So moving on to KSDE staff, Bert Moore. Is present. Carrie.
I saw Carrie.
I saw Carrie as well. Myron.
Present.
Kent.
Present.
John.
Present.
Obviously. I am Pat Bone and Amy Martin.
Present.
Can't take care of it.
I believe we are taken care of. Thank you,
Okay.
Kathy.
All righty. Well, thanks, everybody. Appreciate you being here and taking your time today. We are going to go on to approval of the agenda. You should have received a copy of it via email. So if I could have a motion to approve the agenda and a second, and you can unmute and do so. Say your name when you unmute so we know who it is.
This is Kathy Ko, and I move that we approve the agenda.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Pam Weejan, I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, and Pat is going to actually put a little vote thing up. You'll see in your screen, so you can vote that way. So if you just click on that and vote as you wish to vote and hit submit. Okay, looks like we have approval of the agenda. We'll also take a look at the minutes for a motion to approve the minutes, and Pat sent those out a couple days ago, or maybe yesterday. I don't think it was a couple days ago, minutes for the July 16th meeting. So hopefully you've had a chance to peruse those, and I'd take a motion to approve the minutes.
This is Bobby Eckloff. I motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
This is Kathy Ko, and I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and Pat will pop up a poll for that also. So if you please vote and then hit submit. Okay, we have approval of the minutes from July, so thank you very much. Public comments. Pat, we didn't have any a little while ago. Do we have any public comments that are here now?
I have had no request for public comment.
Okay, all right. So seeing no public comment questions, we will move on to the next agenda item. And this came about to us as a result of there's a Juvenile Justice Advisory Council meeting that meets. One of our state board members, Representative Janet Waugh, board member Janet Waugh, is on this committee. And she brought this to our attention. And there's a bill Senate Bill 367 that included some mandates for schools. So we're going to have a little discussion.
I agree. I totally agree. But it'll be good.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're probably we need to mute everybody. If everybody would please mute your speaker. But Senate Bill 367 was brought up in the Juvenile Justice Committee, and they asked that it be referred to us. So we're going to take a little time today and
Kathy, you've muted yourself.
On Zoom, they'll automatically receive a Zoom link in their inbox. So they'll just need to save that Zoom link because that'll be how they'll get into the meeting.
okay.
Okay, sorry,
good?
Kathy.
That's all right. Okay, all right. Good old technology. When it works, it works.
Just let me know.
So Senate Bill 367, again, it was sent, came up in the Juvenile Justice Committee. So these folks took a look at this and asked that it be referred to the School Mental Health Advisory Council for some discussion with our group. So we're going to have Kent Reed and John Calvert. They're going to spend a little time on this today. And
I don't have anything, but I think Kansas City.
I don't know which one of you started.
Yeah, why don't you let me get started, because actually the issue came up with another legislative interim committee, which is the Crossover Youth State Policy Team. About 6 months ago, they asked about the status of the MOU and the required training. And then from there, the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, as you mentioned, picked up on it. But essentially, 367 is a Juvenile Justice Reform Act in Kansas, and there were two points of interest for schools. Number one, that an MOU would be developed and implemented between local districts and local law enforcement and court services and or courts. The other requirement was a training that each superintendent and or their designee would attend, and that training centered around de-escalation techniques, trauma-informed, social-emotional. And the idea was to try to get SROs as well as school officials to understand social-emotional learning in terms of dealing with that 1% that would fall under the juvenile justice umbrella. And I thought the training went well. The issue with the MOU was that, and also the training, was that we thought it was a one-shot deal. The training was just a one-shot deal. And we couldn't understand that because there's so much transition in education today, as well as law enforcement. You know, there are elections, new sheriffs are elected, people move from one position to the other, and to just have a one-shot training didn't seem to really cover the bases. The issue with the MOU was that every district in the state was in compliance. In other words, 3 years ago, every district had a signed MOU with law enforcement, the courts. But there was some deficiencies there. First of all, given the situation that we're experiencing now, and have been, when you look at suicidal ideation, there was a question as to why mental health wasn't part of that. And the other thing, given the current pandemic situation, is why wasn't county health on that MOU? So there was considerable discussion about, is that an annual thing? Is it supposed to be a 3-year thing? And the statute says there will be a report annually, but it doesn't go into detail as far as do we redo the MO every year. So we got together with Mr. Dennis when he was here, and now it's Craig Newen-Swander, who's the team director downstairs, and also one of our legislative folks. And we decided to make the recommendation that yes, the MOU is important, that it probably should be revisited every 3 years, and that mental health and the county health department should be added to the MOU. Then addressing the training, Also, it was decided and recommended to both the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee as well as the Crossover Youth State Policy Team that every 3 years of training should be conducted relevant to issues around juvenile justice and dealing with kids that are in that tier 3, as we would call it. And we submitted that. We had Janet Waugh, our board member, review it. Our leadership reviewed it. We submitted it to the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee as well as the Crossover Youth Committee, and they will then forward that to their legislative contacts. One of the concerns was that there are a lot of issues outside of just those two issues with 367. In particular, many, I shouldn't say many, there were some prosecutors, district and or county attorneys across the state that were not happy with Senate Bill 367, and they have taken steps to try to change that. Now, what that verbiage looks like, I'm not sure, but one of the contentions was a disagreement on the role of the building principal and building leadership and how to report crimes, etc. And that's just going to have to play out. Unfortunately, when I talked to the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, they were not aware of exact verbiage. And I was hoping that Representative Jennings would be on the call today because he was part of a group that tried to mediate that issue between the prosecutors and those that supported the original 367. So we'll have to talk to Russ to get an update on that. Don't you think, Kathy?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
And, I don't know, maybe Pam, maybe you're aware of anything on this. I don't know if you are or not.
Well, not really. I mean, each jurisdiction's a little different. I think Douglas County's pretty much complied.
Yeah.
So I know there have been issues with IIPs and the various things that were listed out in 367.
Yeah.
That numerous jurisdictions haven't done. So I think there's just a lot of contention about a lot of different things.
So we'll need to keep our ear to the ground on that. And as I mentioned, Russ will be able to help us with that. So in terms of the oversight of the MOU and the training, it was mentioned at the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. There was a member, and Kathy remembers her last name. I think it's Laura, who's a former member and an attorney, who thought that this group, the School Mental Health Advisory Council, would be a great group for us to report to utilize as kind of an oversight committee, but a more specific group that John is a part of, John Calvert, and that's the Safe and Secure Schools Advisory Council, who has on that committee members from the Attorney General's Office, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, the Kansas Highway Patrol, law enforcement is well represented. Also, the Park Service is on there. And John, you want to talk a little bit about your advisory council?
Absolutely. We actually met on September 25th, and we have 9 state agencies that sit on the executive committee. Like Kent said, the Adjunct General, KBI, KDHE, we have the Fire Marshal, Kansas Highway Patrol, Wildlife Parks and Tourism, et cetera, et cetera. So we sat down and Kent gave a brief update, and we agree that we should have a seat at the table for sure. If we need to take over everything, that remains to be seen, because we don't have that mental health, and a lot of 367 really did focus on that mental health piece. I've also reached out and talked to members at KLETC, the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center. They still have the Senate Bill 367 training up on their website. It's in 2 parts, 1.5 hours each, totaling 3 hours. And it's actually on our website. I put a link to it on our Safe and Secure Schools website as well. It's 100% free, and it's at your own pace. I've taken the training again. I took the training in my previous life as a school resource officer 3 years ago when this came out, and I took it again about 6 months or so ago, maybe a year ago now, just to keep up to date and remember what it was all about. But we agreed as a committee that we need a seat at the table, and we're here to help out any way that we can.
So that all being said, that's where we're at right now. We wanted to inform you folks on the progress and where the MOU and the training is in the process. And also we wanted to inform you that John's group is very willing to be a help in helping with the oversight and in the process of seeing that it's implemented. I might add one last thing, and that is none of this will be in concrete, of course, until the legislature comes in and passes a new version of 367. So again, we'll count on our legislative liaisons and Representative Jennings to help us stay informed with that. Kathy?
Kathy is in the midst of trying to get back on. I just readmitted her, so it may take a second
There
here
she
for
is.
her. And
Sorry about that.
if I could ask one thing, John, would you post the link to the KSDE webpage where that is housed, that video, the training video?
Well, actually, it's the training center down in Hutchinson that has it housed.
So
But
I
guess
will
we could-
I will copy and paste our Safe and Secure Schools website in, and then I will also paste the website where you can find that trainings there. I'll also post the website where the training is housed in the KU KLETC website.
The only
They're not
other,
videos; they're kind of PowerPoint presentations that you just kind of click through on at your own speed and your own pace.
Okay, thank you.
the only other thing that I would add is the original MOU template was a production of our very own Laura Jorgensen, who worked with KSB attorneys to create a template for districts. And most districts have used that template for the MOU. Some, such as the larger districts, have gone a step further and added things that are more relevant to their local experience. But that's how we came up with the original MOU, was that Laura worked hard at creating that template, along with Donna Whiteman over at KSB.
Okay, well, I obviously lost connection for a while and missed a certain amount of that presentation, so sorry about that. I think maybe some poor squirrel had a problem on a transformer, so, so next steps for us, I guess maybe I missed that. Kent, do we have any next steps for us?
The next step would be that I'd like to reach out to Representative Jennings to get a more clear picture of the overall progress of 367. And then in terms of the MOU, and we had this discussion during leadership, now is not the time for us to place one more item on the locals' plate. And we would just as soon, if the statute does ask us to continue the idea of an MOU, we would just as soon ask districts to complete that in the spring. Kathy, is that what I got from the conversation we had with our leadership group?
Yes, definitely. But I think it's a good idea to reach out to Representative Jennings and have some conversation with him. And we certainly have another meeting in December, so we can bring this up and have further discussion in December as far as any updates from that.
Mm-hmm. John and I can do a very good job, I think, of bracing the field, or not bracing the field, but informing the field that this is something that might be coming down the pike and that they might want to get used to it again. It was a challenge collecting 286 MOUs, but the biggest concern is there is such a transition at the superintendent's level, at the building principals level, and some superintendents won't have a clue because it's been 3 years. And so I think John and I can, try to educate the field as far as the past requirement and what might be possibly coming once the legislature convenes.
And I think the idea to add the mental health component in there and the county health is an excellent idea. As we've seen, really with our mental pilot and our other things that this council has been working with, the impact that that's got on schools has been a positive thing. And then with the pandemic, with what's going on there, I think it's good to get those other folks involved in that piece. So I think that's a good piece. So if there's any other questions on that, you might put them in the chat. Kent, anything else, or John, anything else on that?
No, I think that covers it from my end. John?
Yep, I think that's just a brief overview, and we'll look for legislation to kind of guide us and be willing to help out where we can.
So what that would probably mean then, if we see legislation, I would suggest that once we hear from Russ, this council might want to bring this up again in December and be prepared to make some kind of a recommendation from this council as far as how we move forward with this also. I think that would be a good thing. So I think we need to, Pat, I guess what I'm kind of saying is after we get conversations with Russ, we probably want to put it back on the calendar agenda for the December meeting.
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Maybe not a long conversation, but back on the agenda. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item. The Kansas COVID Work Group has put really an excellent document together. And I believe it was been sent to you, correct, Pat?
I believe so.
Okay, well, it's an excellent document. Kansas COVID Work Group, Kansas COVID Work Group for Kids School Mental Health Task Force, and there's an excellent resource. And Myron, I think you're going to take the lead on this.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see everyone. Hope you're doing well. Actually, Kathy, if it's okay, before I jump into to the Kansas COVID Work Group, I wanted to give another brief update. It wasn't too long ago before we really jumped in a lot to the work on a bullying task force. We were spending a lot of time on suicide prevention and awareness, and kind of want to keep that in the forefront as well and not lose sight of the work being done in that area. So thinking back a ways, when we first started this work as a council, it was kind of starting around the same time that the Attorney General's Youth Suicide Prevention Task Force was underway. And one of their recommendations from that task force had to do with forming a statewide coalition, suicide coalition. There was a recognition that there's a lot of really good work going on, but it's all going on in kind of isolated pieces. It's not always well coordinated. And we're looking at putting that together. And sometimes things move a little slower than we like, but they do happen. And we had a meeting just recently with about, I believe there were 125 people invited to have this conversation about actually getting this coalition convened and off the ground. They're in the process of identifying a steering committee to kind of oversee that. I believe Gina Meyer-Hummel is going to kind of take the lead on this process, but it's a really good step in the right direction to start integrating the work that's happening, start getting a statewide coalition that kind of helps guide this work and give it a unified mission and vision. So it's just beginning phases, just getting going. I don't have a lot more to say about it because it is just getting started, but I want to make sure you guys are aware of that. Gary, Monica, I know you both were on that call. Would you like to add anything about the coalition?
It is this is Gary from KDADS. It is in the beginning stages. It is a cooperative effort between KDADS and the Attorney General's office and WSU, along with a few other folks to get the coalition together. Our hopes is that we had our first meeting, and the hopes is that we get enough participation to form the coalition, to form the steering committee, to basically get the coalition up and running by the end of a year period. So there'll be a lot of information, a lot of things going on between now and then, but the steering committee is going to be formed to help get this coalition up and running.
Myron,
Yes.
go ahead, Myron.
No, I just going to see if Monica or anyone else there had anything they want to add about that coalition before we jumped into the COVID work group?
Yeah, I don't have any like substantive update other than just to say that the Kansas Suicide Prevention HQ, my organization, myself personally, like I'm just very excited to see Kansas take this step. I think that the steps that we're taking towards some increased collaboration across the state level, and also bringing in a lot of partners who have lived experience and professional experience in helping folks kind of across the lifespan with suicide is just a huge step forward for Kansas. And I am really pleased to be a part of it in any way that I can be.
I think
Thanks, Monica.
that's
Go
great.
ahead, Kathy.
Myron, if you just, I think, kind of keep this group up to date on that. I'm sure all the members are very interested in this coalition and as it goes forward. As we all know, suicide is certainly a huge issue for our youth and quite frankly, our adults. So as we move forward, just kind of keep the group informed. I'm sure we're all very interested.
Sure, and I think there's a lot. Everyone's excited about the potential. As Gary said, it's early, but you know, there was on that particular phone call webinar, there was a lot of energy and excitement about getting this up and rolling. So we will definitely keep you posted. Pat, I have got the Code of Work Group document pulled up. Can I share my screen? Okay. Give me a thumbs up, Pat, if you're seeing that. Perfect. This is a document that Kathy was just referring to, and I concur with her. I think this is an excellent, excellent document. This is, as you can see, the Kansas COVID Work Group for Kids, Mental Health Task Force put this document out. I will preface with a couple of things. Number one, this first came to the attention of us in the agency, and specifically to Kent and myself. Commissioner Watson sent this out and said, what would you think about this as an addendum to the Navigating Change 2020 document that we have provided to schools that provides a variety of information and helps both academically as well as school safety. So this was as an addendum to that. And the piece that I really appreciated about this is, and we all know this because we all provide a lot of resources to a lot of people. Sometimes those resources are so complex and so long and detailed that it doesn't always, you know, land on target. This particular document, I think, really it's succinct, it's brief, it speaks to parents, it speaks to educators, anyone that has responsibility for children, any kind of a caregiver. So just want to make you aware of it. As you can see on the screen, I'm just going to kind of walk you through it really quickly. It's a brief document. Gives you a little bit about the aims and the background, but they've broken this down into kind of commonly seen behaviors and mental health concerns with kids around the COVID virus, starting with social isolation, the negative effects of that. So it just gives you a kind of a brief synopsis of what those negative effects are and what research tells us. You'll notice as you read through, even though it's brief, there's a strong research base behind everything in here. But then, and I'm going to talk now from an educator perspective. If I'm an educator, I'm knowing this is occurring, I'm seeing this occurring in a child maybe that I'm working with online, then there's just brief interventions. What can you do? In this case, there's 7 things that you can do as a parent or as an educator to help support that child who might be dealing with those feelings of loneliness or isolation during that time. And then at the bottom, everyone has a resource. If you want that more detailed resource and more detailed information, they provide you with that place to go. Did the same thing on separation anxiety. It refers in here about this spike in anxiety during this COVID virus. One of the things that I think is interesting is when you look at for example, our CTC data, anxiety is through the roof for students. And prior to this COVID ever hitting, if you just looked at the data, depression and anxiety scales on the CTC survey were really high. So this document has implications, I think, far beyond just what we do with COVID, but that's kind of the direction of this. So the same piece, giving information about that, gives you a list of 8 interventions. And again, resources if you want to go deeper into that. So it touches on those 2 topics. Then it gets into talking about staff well-being. critical. We talk a lot about how we support our kids. It's a difficult time for staff as they try and meet the needs of the kids. You know, one day you're in a remote environment, next day you're in a hybrid, then you're back remote. Now we're going, you know, there's all these things that are just constantly in flux. And at the same time, you're trying to be that stable force for the kids as you're interacting with them in whatever way that might be. That's really stressful for people. So here it acknowledges that difficulty on staff and organizations that they can refer to and interventions they can take to help support their own mental health and well-being. And internet safety, we've talked about this a lot as through not through this part, but a lot through our bullying, cyberbullying piece. So this gives information on that I think even for our current cyberbullying task force might find interesting in terms of these interventions and what parents and caregivers can do and educators to address that internet safety piece. And the last part on here has to do with science literacy and COVID-19. And I think this is really important because it acknowledges the fact that every day, for those of you who, like me, watch way too much media stuff, you know, every day it's changing. You're hearing something different, something new, and it just gives information about how you can really make sure that you're sharing accurate information, that you're supporting kids. How do you go about helping kids understand this this pandemic? So just some real brief, hands-on ways to get to that information on co-curricular activities, suicide prevention. I won't go through every one of these. You can look through them, but it's a document that I think teachers and I just shared this. For example, I was at a Region 1 Special Education Directors meeting, and I shared it with them and said, you know, what do you think? And the feedback that I got was unbelievable. You know, people like, this is exactly what we need. We just need that quick information that we know how to intervene, help, and support without this huge research document. So my experience has been that has been very well received. And I'm going to flip it over to Kent because Kent has seen this. I know he shared it with counselors as well. Mm-hmm. Kent, you want to jump in on that?
Sure. Yeah, it's a wonderful document. I sent it out as soon as I received it from Randy. And part of the reason is because it was put together, the work group that put it together is the University of Kansas School of Medicine, Wichita Department of Pediatrics. And they have been engaged with us relative to navigating the change document from day one. And so they finally had the opportunity to put this together. And so we sent it out and we'll continue to refer to it. Now, the question in the chat was, has it been added? It is in the process of being added. So we received it about, a week ago, Myron?
Right, that's about right.
Mm-hmm. And I talked to a couple of members of that oversight committee, and they said that they had it on their agenda. So I'm not sure if it's in the document right now, but it will be very soon. One last thing, and that is there are a lot of items in navigating the change document relative to social emotional learning and social emotional character development. There's even a section on how to measure that. At every grade level, there are instructional examples for social emotional learning. So from the get-go, it was the intent of the state board and the agency and our partners to include social emotional learning as a part of this navigating the change journey that we've been on. And I think this addresses mental health in an exceptional way.
Pat, when you set the agenda out, I can't recall, did you attach this PDF?
I did.
Okay.
Kathy, and I know I did because Kathy mentioned that she has it. So
excellent. Well, I would encourage with the PDF being attached, I would just encourage anyone that if you know individuals or groups that you think could benefit from this or utilize this, we would like to share it and spread it widely across the state. So I would encourage you to do so. And Pat, I will stop sharing my screen.
Thanks, Myron and Kent. I got this resource a little while ago. I'm sorry, my neighbor's dog is barking now. You just get all sorts of activity from me. I apologize. This Generally, when things get added to the Navigating Change 2020 document, they do go through approval by the board. I have made a note to check and make sure that this is going to be on our agenda for approval. Of course, we all know that that Navigating Change 2020 document is well over 1,000 pages, and as a result, sometimes things can get lost. So anytime you want to share this with groups, if you're involved in a service center, if you're involved in a community health group, whatever you want to do. And one thing, I think, Myron, you said it well, one thing that really is appealing about it is it's quick and brief, but it gives you a lot of information, and then it gives you resources. So I think nowadays folks are looking for things that are easy and quick to get their hands on. So I'm sure it will be added to the Navigating Change document, but I would encourage you to go ahead and get this sent out to whatever groups you would like to send this out to, because I think it's a very good document that can be very helpful, and getting it in the hands of teachers and getting it in the hands of other folks, I think, is a very good thing. So maybe have another chat comment. Leah?
Yes, Kathy, this is back on our first topic of juvenile justice. Just wanted to let everyone know that Families Together just started. We received a grant from the Johnson County, Kansas Juvenile Correction Advisory Board and the Kansas Department of Corrections to work with juvenile justice involved youth in Johnson County. So we've hired a staff member who works full-time with that population. Any youth who has an IEP, a 504, or may need an evaluation for special education services. Nate will be working directly with those youth and families through, we're calling it the CHASE program, Community Honoring Academic Success in Education for Justice Involved Youth in Johnson County. I can send the new flyer out to so that you guys can kind of have a little bit more of information, but we are using the tiered system of supports as far as being able to provide those tiered supports. So I just kind of wanted to give you a heads up. We just literally yesterday, Nate did his first presentation to corrections officers, parole officers, and others in that community. So we're just now getting started with it, but we're pretty excited.
Okay, it does sound like it would fit in with that work of the SB 367 group. So thank you, Leah.
You're welcome.
Kathy, this is Bobby. I wanted to let Myra know that I read this last night, the COVID Workgroup document, and I like everything that you've mentioned. It's a great, quick access guide that you can read in one setting, or you can just flip to the section that you need for the information. So I think it's a wonderful guide, just as a reference guide. Very nice. It's almost something you have it on your desk, on top of your desk, just to reference all the time. So
yeah, that's what I would see. And if we can even get it in the hands of teachers, I think would be a great thing. So
I also wanted to mention, I emailed Pat something last night, and if this isn't the time to mention this, that's fine. But I'm happy to send it out to everybody. With COVID, KVC developed something that I emailed to Pat if she wants to send out at a later date, a quick access assessment for a parent, like a parent guide to assess their child. Since with COVID, some people don't want to go get treatment or are worried about getting their child assessed. I think this at this time would fit in with the COVID Workgroup document. Not that we should put it a part of that, but just as a reference, another reference for schools to give to parents for virtual they can do. So that's something that a free guide just to have for parents to have that KVC's put together. So I did a PDF I sent to Pat, but also it's on our website to download for parents too, that I think schools it would be nice for schools to be able to send to parents if they have questions about assessing their child initially for mental health concerns.
okay.
I don't think I'm seeing that. Could you please resend it to me, Bobby?
Yeah, this was like at midnight last night, but I'll go ahead and send it to you.
Thank you.
Can I just, if you're fine with it, I'll just send it to the whole group. It's just a PDF. So,
Yes, that's fine.
yeah, I'll do that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, again, see about getting this Kansas COVID work group document into the hands of folks. If you've got resources that or groups that you can send that to, we certainly would recommend that. Okay, we're actually scheduled for a break, but that was also after this topic, but that was supposed to be at 10:15. So I think what we'll do is go ahead and move to the update on the bullying task force subcommittee work, and we'll at least get started. We can have a couple of topics discussed, and then we'll take our break if that's okay. Pat, do we have documents that we will be sharing on this? How are we doing this?
So my suggestion would be to pick up your draft report that I sent out. And this is very drafty. We'll be talking more in depth about it. But anything that I have received to date from an individual committee that is close to being ready for their section is included in this draft report. So starting with, and you do have a table of contents so you can kind of see where it flows. The definition group did provide me with, they sent all of us prior to our last meeting some very detailed thoughts on the definition and some recommendations for each subcommittee. They have worked on that, refined it, or I should say Laura Jorgensen worked on it, refined it, and I have included what her work was on the definition in the draft report. So if you want to find that, you can see what they have had to say. And Amy, could you pull that up so they can see what we're talking about?
So that'll put the draft report then on the screen. Is that what we're going to do?
Yes, and that's what we're working on.
Okay, very good. So while we work on that, so what we'll do is we'll go through each of the 5 subcommittee and report out on what progress they've had so far. And then what I want to mention is this afternoon, we've got some small group discussion. Pat's going to put us in Zoom rooms. That's fun to say. And we'll have an opportunity to do 2 things. One is to take a look at the information from each of the subcommittees and give any feedback specifically on each of the first 4 subcommittees, which is definition, cyberbullying, data, prevention, and resources. And then for the policy and plans, and we'll explain that a little bit more when we get to that point, we're going to have a little bit more robust discussion about suggesting what we should suggest to the policy and plan group about what are priorities for that group. So let's go to the piece about the definition piece. So you might scroll down.
There it is.
Okay, all right. And as Pat said, initially they gave the definition, but they also gave suggestions to each of the subcommittees, which for the cyberbullying group I found quite helpful. So as we look through this, I guess what I'm going to ask is if people have suggestions as far as the definition.
Kathy, I had one question on the definition, and
yes,
and I don't know where exactly. I'm kind of looking through to find it, and it was just a verbiage where it talks about. Could you scroll down just a little bit on that? I don't know who's controlling that. But there's a piece in here where it talks about the definition being broad enough that it allows principals flexibility. I think it says something in that way to deal with the issues that arise.
Isn't that, look at that second paragraph.
Yeah, it's right there.
Is that
Okay.
it? The definition provides administrators the flexibility to address one-time behaviors.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, maybe this is a newer, outdated document. I was a little bit concerned that we were limiting that only to administrators. I mean, I know administrators ultimately have to deal with that, but I was reading through it, and like, I think the first draft said principals, and it kind of caught my attention. I thought, this really needs to be something that we do building wide. And I'm not saying that teachers are responsible for, all the discipline management, things of that sort. I just wondered if that might be limiting if we referred to specifically of administrators versus educators. Kent knows in his area, counselors get to deal a lot with this, and I work with social workers a lot. They get to deal with this a lot. So it's a broad-based approach. And I wonder if it's kind of a technicality, but I wonder if we refer to administrators and principals, if that's too limiting.
So Myron, are you suggesting that we identify the audience for the definition, or clarify how each of those audiences might use that definition?
Yeah, Rachel just popped it up here.
Or the intent of it, rather than it just being there?
Yeah, so Rachel just popped it up. Says the flexibility to principals to address a wide range of behaviors in paragraph 1. And I agree that principals do need to address a wide range of behaviors, but I don't want it to be limiting to where it's not empowering to all educators to feel like you all have a role in doing this. So you might say administrators and educators, I know administrators have a specific role in this, but I don't want to send this message, this limiting message, that it reinforces that fact that that bullying is nothing but a discipline issue, and it's not. It's a culture and climate issue, and we all have responsibilities for that. So it felt limiting to me. So I just was thinking about maybe you would say the flexibility to educators to address a wide range, but not making it quite so limiting.
Would you change both the principal sentence and the later administrator sentence to educators?
I like that change personally.
I would. The whole thing about this definition is you read through it, they talk about how it's broad enough to include all these things. So to me, when you say it's broad enough, but then you're limiting it by your own definition when you put in principal or administrator. So just a thought.
Well, and bullying is really, you want it to be a culture issue supported by all educators, not only in your building, but your central office staff too. So I do like the suggestion of using the terminology educators, and that's in a couple of, because otherwise, you just look upon it as the fact that it's the building administrators that are the ones who are the keepers of controlling bullying, where it isn't. It's fully a culture of the entire building.
Perfect. I have captured that in our notes.
Okay, there's some positive comments for that change in the chat also. Anybody else in this? Any comments as far as the bullying definition? There's my problem when somebody else here is sharing something, I'm wanting to scroll and I can't do that. But that's okay. Anything else? I'll check chat again. Chat looks good. Okay, let's go to the cyberbullying piece, which I think Jane, you're going to get us started on this one, Jane Groff. So,
yes, I'm happy to, Kathy. It's amazing how many meetings and how much work goes into a one-pager, but it became succinct and really conveyed the work of this group. So you can see we start out with the definition there of cyberbullying, and we felt like it was a good definition overall. It'll be one that through the ages and stages I saw the word pagers on there, and I thought, well, at some point, things will get older. And but we thought it was good, fine for now. So we've broke it down really into two big sections, and the first one is school legal considerations, and that first bullet just talks about that the authority of school administrators it's limited to the behaviors that happen at school or on school property or at school sponsored events, unless an on and off campus cyberbullying results in, these are important words, substantial disruption to the learning environment in school, that substantial disruption. So I learned a lot about this from Kathy and from the speakers that we had come to our group, that substantial disruption to the learning environment. So that's what a school administrator has to show or has to prove, but that it is a substantial disruption. But if a parent challenges the school's discipline of their student, of their child for cyberbullying, the administrator has the burden of proving that this off-campus cyberbullying behavior substantially disrupted the school learning environment. So again, the principal or the school administrator has the burden of proving, showing that. So then administrators should also be prepared to consider expected consequences that might include due process rights, progressive discipline, and restorative practices. Those are things that might need to be addressed or might be addressed, and so they should expect have some work in those areas. And if the cyberbullying incident has occurred off campus, but it has not substantially disrupted the learning environment, the administrator, this was new information to us, can give the parents a copy of what will be in Appendix C. It's a form from the Kansas Association of School Boards. It's a cyberbullying letter from KASB that tells the parents information about off-campus events, and it will refer the parents to law enforcement to address their concern regarding cyberbullying off campus.
I might make a comment and interject here. We also talked about, this is actually a copy of a law, Kansas statute annotated, and we had that in our document, but it's not on this page. So after where it says a copy of, and it should say a copy of KSA 21-6206. And that will be in the Appendix C in the KASB form. So we want to, so there is, just so you know, we worked with Donna Whiteman from KASB, who's an attorney over there, if you don't know her, and she's worked extensively on bullying and cyberbullying. And so she was aware of this. So this is kind of a situation where there has indeed been a cyberbullying incident that has occurred of two students who, one student cyberbullying another student, and those students go to school together, but it has not had a substantial disruption. So there is a law, case law, a law in the books that would allow the parents to refer to the police, this particular law. So because what you find if you're at school, you have situations that can occur that are definitely cyberbullying, but the school can't do anything about it, which frustrates parents. And I understand, I've had that situation happen when I was in a school. But this way you do give the parents recourse, because there is a statute on the books that allows for them to do something if they choose to. Now, some of them will choose not to, but I think a lot of our school administrators don't know that. I certainly didn't. So this will make sure that that's aware to them and that they have another avenue if it does not substantially disrupt the school learning environment, which some of them don't, but there's still cyberbullying. So that's a little bit of added information there. So we'll get that number of that law in there.
Yeah. And I think, Pat, you already even added it at the end of this document, didn't you? I think, did you put
Yes.
that? Okay. So later on, if you want to, you can go to the end of this document and there will be that letter. It is in there. But, you know, it may move around as Pat wraps this up into different appendices. We're not sure. But Kathy, that is so good. Thank you for clarifying that, because she didn't know about it, and I certainly didn't know about it. And but it was like she said, it gives an administrator one more step with the families. One more step. Here's a letter, you know, that talks about what you can do if you want to take this on further. So I could see that being of benefit to administrators. And I think Mark on our group said the same thing, that he thought he was glad to know about it and that it would be beneficial. So the second section is just on best practices for districts and schools. And we pulled these together in this area of cyberbullying. We found that best practice would be possibly an annual presentation to the local school board, regarding their bullying, cyberbullying data, possibly, and then how they're using the KSDE social emotional character development standards with some information on the local bullying plan. So you really could keep your school board abreast in this area of bullying, cyberbullying, and the terminology of social emotional character development in front of your school board and reminding them, of course, of the bullying plan. And we want to give information to resources and trainings annually on bullying and cyberbullying to students, including the definitions, because as we all know, definitions of bullying and cyberbullying get all over the place for students and families. The next one is provide families and caregivers with information, resources, and training annually on bullying and cyberbullying, including that definition, because they need reminders of what it is and what it isn't. And then providing students training on digital citizenship to prepare them to take ownership of their digital lives, what they should do digitally, what they should not do, what opens them up to risk and that sort of thing. We really like that language, digital citizenship, and we found on a good website. We really liked it. And then Kathy's final suggestion was all of this, of course, based in the hard work and the focused work of creating a positive school culture, which is key and important to every one of these areas. So Myron and our group has went back and forth, sending resources and training ideas on this area of cyberbullying. And he has done a fabulous job, as you will see, of pulling everything on resources and trainings that are really, really good and really quality in his section that he'll share with us. So just to know that our resources and suggested trainings and things are included in Myron's group's work.
Thanks, Jane. You did a great job on that. Just one thing I might add there, if you'd, these best practices actually could be some things that the policy and plan group looks at that could actually be kind of included in that work. So you might want to take a look at that. I've got about 10:05. Why don't we go ahead and take our break before we start on the data piece? I think this may be a lengthier conversation. So I've got, like I say, 10:05. Let's be back at 10:20. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Amy, you want to pull up the break screen?
Hey, Jane, I got a question for you. I'll visit with you while we're on here.
Yes, Myron, sorry.
No, you're fine. I was thinking about this when Bobby mentioned that KVC document where you can assess, and I think I forwarded that to you. I've sent it out earlier. Day or two ago, I'm talking with John Calvert, and there's a school safety and security week, kind of a recognized week, and he was going to do every day a
Okay, so we're back to our agenda where we're working on an update on the bullying task force subcommittee work, and we have talked a little bit about definitions and talked about cyberbullying, and now we're going to start in on the data piece. And Kent, I believe this was the group that you helped with, so if we could have Kent unmute and
Okay.
join in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I'd like to thank the members of the subcommittee, Pam, Jessica, Holly, Shirley, and I hope I haven't left anybody out. We met several different times and discussed a couple of different issues. Before I get into the data piece, I think it would behoove us, or it's important, John mentioned this in an email, October 5th through October 11th is Anti-Bullying Awareness Week. And we would love our partners outside of education to maybe help us observe that, if for no other reason, to bring in awareness about bullying prevention. We have been sending information out, and at the end of this little section, if John and Myron want to weigh in on that, I would be very appreciative of it. In terms of data, just today, hot off the press, Dr. Mark Thompson brought me, I don't know if you can see this, I'm going to hold it up, a short version of the 2019 Kansas Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which is a parallel effort with the Communities That Care Survey. And most of the time, the results are very equivalent. For example, in the YRBS, kids tell us that about 21% of them are being bullied on a daily basis. So that kind of aligns with what we're finding with the CTC. Gary, in a moment, is going to give an update on the work that KDADS and Greenbush and the folks that work with the Communities That Care Survey, the work that they've been doing, and it has been significant. But what Pat is showing on the screen now is a recommendation. One of the issues that the Blue Ribbon panel pointed out was in terms of the bullying definition and also the data sources and the data processes collected for bullying. And so what we tried to do was align the definition with those efforts that we're utilizing to collect data, okay? And as you can see, what we did is we took the definition from the definition committee, inserted it in, and then if Pat will scroll down, this is all familiar to us based on the work that Laura's group did. Then when we get to the bottom, you'll notice that we list the types of bullying, and that's how we collect it through our kiosk system here at the agency. And we've also included in this recommendation, one of the issues the Blue Ribbon panel pointed out was that oftentimes there's not a definition of what bullying is attached to the various resources that we use, as well as the data collection pieces. And so what we've done is that we've defined the terms for bullying, okay? And if you'll continue to scroll down, you can see that that would be our recommendation. So what we've done is we've aligned the definition with the processes that we utilize to collect data, and I think that'll make more sense. We've been using the data collection processes now for several years, but this year is the baseline year for the application that we're using now, Kiosk. So when I get that information, I have a meeting with some folks tomorrow morning to provide us with the raw data, and we'll put it into slides, and we'll show you, the results of that data. We'll also have it in our board report in October. So any questions about the recommendation? If not, then I think we need to talk about the Communities That Care Survey. And we had a couple of meetings. Gary was very kind, and Lisa Cheney from Greenbush joined us. We visited about some of the concerns that were raised as a result of the Blue Ribbon panel's investigation and recommendation. First of all, let it be said that the Communities That Care Survey is the best vehicle that we have in Kansas to inform decisions relative to a variety of different social emotional issues, bullying being one of them. Okay. And so, Gary, if you want to unmute and share with us all of the great work that you've been doing. And Pat, I think you have the document that he sent relative to the questions. If you want to pull that up, we'll let Gary give us an update.
Thank you, Kent. Yeah, my prevention team has been, and myself have been working very closely with the folks from Greenbush, Kelly and Lisa. We spent quite a bit of time over several meetings discussing the KCTC and really taking a look at several different things. One of the main things is, as we all know, this survey has been going on for a long time, and we certainly do not want to do things or make changes that affect the overall data that's being collected. That being said, with the fact that this has gone on, this survey has been in process for over 20, I think close to 25 years, maybe longer. There are a lot of things that need to be looked at, and we've looked at things like changing language, changing the way questions are asked, because things have certainly changed in the last 25 years. So they're constantly looking to update that. When it comes to the bullying questions, Kelly had sent me an email, I think yesterday, that I shared with Kent, that basically she wanted to say that they are not recommending removing any of the bullying questions from last year's survey. The one thing that they are considering, which is on the screen now, is changing the wording, because there had been some inconsistent time references. Everything, there's past year, past 12 months, last school year, several different references. And so they're proposing to create consistency and enhance readability, that the responses are referenced as within the past 12 months.
Okay.
So that's the document you have there with the side-by-side changes. And those are a lot of what we've been working on, is taking a look at these questions. There were several other questions outside of bullying that had references that seemed to meet the time when I was in school. Not necessarily the kinds of things that we thought kids today. And they are working hard to have a group of folks, including youth, to help update that language. I think that's the biggest piece when it comes to the bullying questions.
Okay.
They are invested in keeping them in and just wanting to make them a little more consistent. The other big thing that they're working on is the skip logic piece of the survey, because one of the biggest things with the survey is the length of time it takes to complete the survey. And we have really been pressing to get the skip logic in place to allow that to bring this survey down for kids who don't need to be answering certain questions for either they not been involved in it, or sometimes it's even questions that may be bothering a young person, if it's related to, if they're saying they don't live with mom or dad, then maybe questions that say mom and dad are things that maybe shouldn't be popping up.
Right. Thank
So
you, Gary.
Kent, would you want to talk about the work that MTSS is doing in relationship to the survey?
I'm going to defer to Myron, because he's had more specific questions about Christina. But before we get to that, I want to talk a little bit about, Myron and I had a conversation with Kelly Peak, Gary, this morning, and we went over some of the more technical things that you guys have been doing. And I just want to touch real briefly on those, just to let the council know that you have been addressing the recommendations and maybe some concerns that were brought up with the Blue Ribbon Panel's work. Okay. First of all, as you mentioned, you guys have been looking at all of the questions, and Kelly said that there were three points of interest that they were utilizing when they looked at the entire survey: relevance, reliability, and inclusivity. And I think that's great, and that'll be important here in a moment when I mention one of the things that will be added in 21-22. A big thing is that Kelly said that the survey is going to go all online, and that should help in producing results sooner. There had been some districts, particularly 259, that was using a paper pencil, and you're moving to a all online process, and that'll help things up. One of the things that was brought up, particularly by Dr. Ginsburg, was issues with reliability and validity and the checks for that. And Kelly said that there was significant work in terms of reviewing and rerunning all of the validity and reliability scales, and that those that needed to be updated, as Gary kind of alluded to, and his comment about some of the questions were relevant when he and I were in school. Well, the same is true of the reliability and validity checks. They have been checked out and updated, and we're very happy about that. The other issue is that the survey, the Blue Ribbon Panel suggested that the survey address the issue of gender identity and sexual orientation, which is not found. And that's going to take some work. And Kelly said that they're in the process of doing that, but they probably will address that in a better fashion in 21-22. But because of all of the other things that they're doing, it's kind of difficult to get everything done in such a short amount of time. So the survey will address gender identity and sexual orientation in a much better fashion, a more efficient fashion in 21-22. Let me see, I think that's probably it, unless Myron, you have something else. And then Myron, why don't you talk a little bit about the great work that MTSS is doing?
Sure. Yeah, happy to. I was going through my notes from this meeting this morning, and I really like the way Kelly started the meeting. She said basically the things that we're talking about fall into three different categories: relevance, readability, and inclusivity. And I thought that's a great way to kind of just give the big picture of what things are being done. That inclusivity piece was important to us because we talked about who are those groups that we know are disproportionately bullied, in school. One of those being sexual orientation, gender identity, those kind of things. So I was really pleased to see the direction it's going, how quickly it's moving forward, how responsive everyone's being to the suggestions of the task force. So with regard, I'm looking through my notes. I think we hit most things. One of the things that we didn't really talk about that she talked about this morning, I thought was interesting, was that because they were doing the validity and reliability, and Gary, you might be able to speak more to this, but the way they're using their data is going to have more of a predictability factor that you can, and I can't remember the terminology, I'm not a researcher, but that it'll have a predictability piece where you can actually, kind of project, the percentage of students in your school who are going to be, who might be at risk of being bullied, in a particular way, maybe cyberbullying, I'm not sure, but adding a predictability component that hasn't been there previously. With regards to the MTSS piece on this is something I'm going to put on my administrator hat here, I think is really exciting for district and building level folks, particularly building level. Sometimes, quite honestly, we heard this a lot from the 5 different statewide tours we did, the regional tours, and collecting information, was that people would take this survey, they would get this mound of information back, but really didn't know what to do with it and how quite to work through it. Christina Mann, I think, kind of spearheaded this, but the MTSS group was working on being able to put clusters together. So, for example, we shared this at MTSS Symposium last year. They were able to pull out from a number of different sources throughout the KCT survey, the what she called a conflictual data. Those things that are environmental, cultural, where you have the bullying, fighting, all those different kind of conflictual things that you would find in the data that gets pulled out of there. It was able to put it into one form where you could look at that across grades 6, 8, 10, and 12, where you could look at that across multiple years in a row. Had a color-coded red, yellow, green, so you could see where your hotspots were. It identified which questions went along with each of those hotspots. So we shared that as just kind of a pilot without it really going through any kind of review. And the response from building administrators, counselors, social workers, everyone was in that room was unbelievable. Like, where do we find this? Why did we not know this existed? Well, it didn't exist. It wasn't out there yet. But I know they've been working closely with Greenbush in terms of looking about how can we create these clusters. And it wasn't just around conflictual data. It was also around data around anxiety, data around depression, where you could pull out those questions and see what is it about anxiety. It's a big thing. What do we know about our school culture and climate that might be contributing to some of those issues? The last time I talked with them, they were working on validating all those different clusters and information to pull the data. Talking with Kelly this morning, I think what will probably happen with that, it sounds like they would like to take those, embed that within those districts that MTSS is really formally involved with. That they've got an ongoing relationship and they're building this work and starting it there and really getting that embedded well, and then you can kind of work it out from there. So it's really exciting work. It makes that data you're collecting through the survey really useful and meaningful for I think schools as they're working on continuous improvement.
I think that all of that has been as a result of the work that the work group with CTC has done relative to the reliability and validity checks. And actually what they've done is a factor analysis of the social skills. And by sharpening that up, then we're able to do all of the things that Myron just alluded to. So Gary, thank you, and the CTC folks for making this tool that's so important to Kansas schools so much better. Do you have any other thoughts?
Yeah, I was looking in the chat, and some of the comments in there are exactly right in the way of where they're headed. I think Carla said something about caregiver rather than parent. So we're having a lot of discussions around those kinds of issues, and that we probably should be looking at caregiver instead of parent. Some of the other issues that came up with the older kids, the 12th graders answering the survey, were finding kids who were living on their own. And how do you ask a question related to that? And then concerns about if you're living on your own. There was a question, I believe, that said something about the adults that you're with, and so we had a lot of conversations around how do we appropriately ask questions like that. Who are these adults? If you're living on your own, are we talking about workers? Are we talking about friends? Are we talking about, who are we talking about? So we've taken a pretty deep dive into trying to make the survey as up to date and as responsive as we can, in trying not to have questions that would be that would keep a youth from answering, that would be upsetting to the youth or irritating, and they have no clue as to what my life is like, basically. And that would be with several of the topics we've talked about, whether that's the gender identity issues or if it's the child in foster care versus the child living in, with a biological parent, or those older kids who are on their own.
Thank you, Gary. Madam Chair.
Okay, well, thanks to the group that's been working on the data piece. I know in the chat we had some comments about that, and Gary pretty well kind of addressed that. And Gary, thank you for working with Greenbush and that conversation. It sounds like they're making some good updates to the survey, and I know people will be pleased with that. So I think that will be very helpful. So we really appreciate that. Are there any additional suggestions to the data collection group? They pretty much, and Ken, I'll kind of summarize here, but pretty much look at the 4 different types of building data to collect, which is the physical, cyber, verbal, and relational, and then pretty well define those things pretty clearly. And this will be within which system, Kent, that this data will be reported?
Well, what we did is we took what we're using in kiosks, and Pat, help me out. What's that acronym stand for? Or Myron, someone?
It's the Kansas Integrated Accountability System.
Okay. And the questions originally were in what we used to call CANDIS, which was our discipline report. And now, as Carrie mentioned, it's become much more integrated. And my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but my understanding is when we made the switch this year to kiosks, the response rate has increased from the schools. That's always a problem because if you have one district, for example, and this happened about 3 years ago, where one of the larger districts in the state did not report their bullying incidents, that skews the state total significantly and doesn't tell us the true picture of bullying across the state. So we're really pleased with the new system, and we're really, really pleased with the response from the field with the new system.
Yeah. So Laura, is Laura on? She can probably talk to it more concisely. Laura Jurgensen?
Laura is not present.
Okay.
So maybe at some point in time, we can talk a little bit more about that kiosk data, and somebody who understands that can kind of explain it to the group as far as what's been updated there.
Well, and then how it's used or how we use it within KSDE to then for monitoring, and then the follow-up information that the work that's then done within districts in terms of technical assistance.
And I should have slides on the raw data by beginning of next week, and I can send those out to the members.
Okay, well, that might make another good topic of conversation as far as folks can understand a little bit more thoroughly when the data is collected, what's done with it.
Okay. Thank you.
So another topic later on. Anything else as far as the data piece? I see nothing else in chat. Anybody? Okay, I think we'll move along to the prevention and resources. Myron, that was your group, so you're up.
And we can breeze real quickly through this because we did a lot of our work early, met early and got kind of the framework we wanted in place. So there's not a lot of changes to this right now. The one thing we've talked a little bit about, and I think the closer we get to a real solid draft, the more I really want to reinforce and encourage you all to share your resources with me or with Pat so we can get these added to the draft. What you see in a draft right now is we had a committee, and I can't remember how many had on our committee, probably 10 or 12 or so. And we brought resources together and we added some things in, but that was a limited group looking at that. So I'll use cyberbullying, for example. If they're finding really good resources that they want embedded in there, we want to know that so that we can get what we think are the best resources possible. What we don't want is we don't want to go, okay, here's cyberbullying and here are 50 resources you have to go through. We want a small number of what we think really provide the best resources and practices. I will say we did add one new resource that I wanted to share with you. Actually, I shared it out with a few people. one being Jane, and Jane said, "Is this on the? Have you added this to your resource document?" And I thought, that's a good idea. Again, I hadn't added it to that document, but she thought it was really helpful. And I just wanted to share with you guys, because I think as we talk about changing culture, changing climate in schools, it's a good document to look at. So Amy, if I could, can I share my screen? Would that be all right? So I just want to pop this up so you can take a look at it, and I'd be glad to share it with you. I actually, are you seeing my screen now? Thumbs up, Pat. Can you see it? All right. I actually got this from, there was a presenter named Ricky Robertson, who talks a lot about restorative practices and different approaches to discipline, things of that sort. And he actually was speaking this summer, I guess it was this summer, at the Casey conference for special education directors in Wichita. So I happened to join in because I thought this was an interesting topic. But when we're talking about measurement, this is a good, I guess it's good for the data group as well, Kent. As you talk about how you measure things in your schools, this is specific to building resilience and a school self-assessment. So looking at your school climate, your culture, and how does your school build resilience? A couple of things I thought were really interesting on this one. Number one, if you notice on the left side, it's put in tiers. So it's listed as tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, which we obviously want to encourage schools to be thinking about these interventions, not just as everything's tier 1, but how do you build it into a multi-tiered system of support? It starts off in tier 1, and it talks about resilient students, but it also talks about resilient educators, which is critical. And it also talks about resilient families and communities. So it covers all three of those areas in tier 1. Then it gets into more tier 2 and tier 3 specific interventions and practices. And at the bottom, I think it was really interesting, foundational structures, which is the terminology we use, with our KESA accreditation process, about what are those foundational things that need to be in place. So the language aligns with what we do in Kansas, but those things that you think here are foundational things that, regardless of what you do in your 3 tiers, need to be there. So it's a really good, just kind of a quick self-assessment that I think would benefit districts in thinking about what are we doing culture and climate wise to to build that resiliency in not just in our kids, but within our entire culture. So thought I would just share that, because I think it's the only really new, I'll stop sharing here, Amy, the only really new resource we've added, but I think it's a powerful resource.
Myron, I just sent it out to everybody. There was a question in the chat, so let me
good.
know
Thank
if you
you
didn't get it.
All right, great. I appreciate that. So that's been added. If you scroll on down to the bottom, and I can't remember what's been shared and what hasn't, but just as a reminder, the last thing that we as a group met to draft out had to do with some specific
Amy, Amy, go down to the appendix for this section.
We added some specific acknowledgments with regards to those enumerated groups, those students that we know are, there we go. So if you keep on scrolling through, this is the part where we didn't make any significant changes other than to add that one document that I just showed you. If you go all the way down, keep on scrolling, Amy. There you go. So just, yep.
It's going to be several pages down.
Yeah, it's all the way to the bottom. So just as a reminder, we did add, because we felt like one thing that was missing was that from our task force discussions were the connections between bullying and those enumerated groups, and also the connection between bully and youth suicide. And it doesn't fit in a lot of the other groups, so we wanted to make sure we put it here and acknowledge that and provide resources specific to that. It's one of the reasons I was really excited when Gary was talking about that inclusivity piece that's being addressed in the CTC survey. We needed to have data about those those groups that that we know are disproportionately impacted by bullying. So we've added those two pieces. I can't remember if we had that on there last time or not, but just in case, those are two recent additions as well. Big message for today: if you have resources, really quality resources, specific to your data collection, specific to cyberbullying, whatever it may happen to be, please send those to me so we can keep that updated. That's all I've got, Kathy.
Thanks, Myron. Myron, you might, for instance, in this Kansas COVID work group for kids, there is an internet safety piece, and there's some resources there. So you might check those out and see if any of them, maybe you've already done that, I don't know, but see if any of those, and there may be some in some of these others, because obviously these are some pretty good resources that somebody's come up with.
So Myron, I have a question. For in Appendix B that you have, there's a heading and it says bullying prevention and resources, and then underneath of it is a matrix. So but there's nothing that explains what that is. Is that intended to be an assessment tool for who might use it? When might they use it? Why is it here?
The matrix?
Is there is there an explanation of that somewhere?
No, as we talked
Instructions,
about,
how do I use,
and
or is the title, or is the title that says bullying prevention and resources, is that the title of the matrix?
Nope.
Or is it the right? Okay.
No, that's a great question. Good clarification, Carrie. So no, the bullying prevention and resources title is just the title of the subcommittee that was working on this. So as we started talking about, and really we and I think Misty was the person who first brought this up. She was on our committee, and we were talking about how do we not make this a standalone and connect it to other work. And she was talking about, when we got to talking about the connection with suicide, and she had mentioned, because one thing that she found really helpful out of the suicide prevention response post-prevention toolkit were the forms, the embedded forms that districts could utilize in there. So we decided to create that same kind of a grid. And you're right, there'll need to be some kind of as we put this into a final draft, some kind of an explanation and title for this document, but a piece that districts can go through and say, here are all the things on the left side, all these either required or suggested components they should be considering. And then they can just self-assess, either we haven't started this, or it's in progress, or it's complete. Who are the people that are responsible, and timelines to keep the work moving forward. And you can see there's an area for action steps, if you need to complete some certain steps within your own building or district. And then that suggested resources all the way to the right. So it's meant to be a resource document that people can kind of assess where they are, where their needs are, and because every district's going to be in a different spot.
Okay, so I guess I'm thinking about it in terms of for policies and plans. So if it were, is your group recommending that a district would use the form that you have in here as a way to assess or manage their bullying prevention approaches within a district?
Not necessarily. I think as you look at it, Amy, can you scroll down just a little bit? There you go. Thanks. Right there. So as you look at it, and one of the first things we talk about is your building plan. If you notice, if you're on the right, we have several examples. We've gone past, but we have the KASB sample plan. We have Teaching Tolerance has some really good information on how to go about building your plan relative to equity. So we try to include some things in here to help inform people on how to build their plans, and maybe give some examples of that. So this wouldn't be their plan per se. This would be their the thoughts and considerations you go through top to bottom as you're looking at putting your plan together.
Myron, would this be a plan? This is basically a guide to how
It's a guide. It's a guide, and you'll notice that part of those say
Guide for
a guide for schools as they're developing their plan. So some of the things you see on the left will say required. Not required, what the word was, but basically some of these things are required by law. Other things maybe aren't, but we think you need to be thinking about, and considering. So it's really considerations that districts can go through as they're thinking about putting together a comprehensive plan. So we wouldn't say this is required. Think about it in terms of like the suicide prevention response post-vention toolkit that we put out. It's a similar kind of a concept. John McKinney and I have presented on that several times. Well, John didn't need a whole new plan. They had a good plan in Shawnee Mission, but he wanted to pull some bits and pieces to help tweak his plan. Other people might have nothing and start from the very beginning. So we wanted to be able to cover a wide range of areas, but if everyone considered where they are on each of those factors, and if they weren't there, they wanted to do some work. If you were addressing all this, you would have a very comprehensive approach.
So the considerations that are
it's a tool. It's a toolkit.
Left-hand side.
Yeah.
So those.
Yeah. So it's just.
But that's the policy part of it, right?
Yeah.
For our group is that, and then the format of it, it's put into such a way that you could use it as a working document to guide your implementation.
I think a lot of your policy.
This is important because I think this is really part of what the bullying task that the bullying groups was getting at in terms of implementation. And so just so for us to be able to clearly articulate what this tool can be used for and what it's intended to intervene on, so to speak, in terms of statewide need.
And I think, Carrie, you're hitting on one of the critical pieces, and we talked about this a little bit. We don't know exactly how this is going to go, how this is going to go into the final draft. I think we've all kind of agreed it would be good to have the whole rubric in a fillable format in the appendix that a district could download, they could have on their desktop, they could fill in the form, they could track their own progress. But also thought, like you said, from a policy perspective, the things that are in here that are required by law, you might want to pull out and put into just the policy piece and goes, here are the things that you have to address. And here are the resources you just at a minimum have to, align to those minimal expectations. So it could be cut, pasted, used in a lot of different ways. I don't think we know that quite yet, but it's
I think
clearly
we're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah. But it's clearly meant as a resource to help districts, a visual for them to think about, what do I need to know? What do I need to be considering? What are some resources I can go look at to really inform this work? Someone could build their entire bullying plan and it could be fabulous and it could never use this at all. It's just, it's meant to be kind of a tool for anyone who might need it. Anybody on the committee?
But I could also see it as if someone came in from the outside and said, how do you know as a district you're meeting our state statute for bullying, that they could use this as a way to walk through and say, well, I know that because our plan, we have these things in place and this is where we're at with doing that.
Well, and that's another whole policy.
And all the different components.
It's another policy piece. And I know we're going to talk about policy later. But I've got some thoughts. I've got some thoughts about this, tools like this, and some things we're talking about, and some ways and some possible ways to integrate things with KISA, because KISA is a policy piece, and that's where people are documenting that, yes, even although be it very brief, we're documenting, yes, that we have met those compliance measures around bullying. But I think there's ways that we can maybe work that together to beef that up a little bit. So we can talk about that a little later on today, maybe. Is there anybody else on? I know Bobby. Appreciate your comments. Anybody else on the group that wants to refer to anything we've done and missed, or you want to highlight?
Have any additional comments? Just that this right here, what we have in front of us, to me, is a guide, like you mentioned, and I use it as needed to each site. I don't want to overcomplicate this form. It's something that's not going to. I think it's a great tool for the toolkit, and not. To be frank, I think that we're overanalyzing this. This is a tool for people to use.
When I kind of think of the whole bullying, the implementation of the whole bullying plan, I think of, we've got to look at what are the requirements. And again, many of those are statutorial. Some of them may be KSDE regulatory. But what are the requirements that have to be met? Then we provide a toolkit and a guide, and maybe it's this, maybe it's something else. And then you look at the local control, because what I'll pick on my own area, what Wichita is going to use and what Wichita needs is going to be different than what Circle School District uses and Circle School District needs. So I think as we think into policy, we need to be sure that we know what the actual requirements are. And then maybe there's recommendations beyond the requirements, because, sometimes the requirements don't really meet everything that would be best practice. So then you have some recommendations included, and then it allows a district to build their plan. Many districts already would have a good plan that would have those components in. Some of them could use some guidance, and this, the resources and the policy and really everything could provide that guidance for them. It's kind of where I guess I see some of this going, if that makes sense. Anything else from resources?
I think that's it for us right now.
Okay, thank you very much to the resources group. Okay, policies and plans, and Carrie, I think you were on that, and I know John and Jose are too. And I know you guys really want some suggestions and recommendations from the other group, and to kind of take that information as far as things that can be in plan. So I don't know if you have too much really to report at this time.
Well, am I muted?
Nope, you're good.
Okay, I'm good. Okay. So that as we look at this, how we kind of the policies and plans piece is kind of where this all is going to come together. And the work that we want to engage in later on, I think, is going to shape what those policies and content looks like. And as the discussions of our group were, how do you know, what do we need to focus on? And that by today, us having a discussion and reflection upon what those primary components on will be important and will guide that work. Mm-hmm. So the reason that was blank in the draft was intentional, so that after this meeting, then the policy and plans group can react to and start pulling this, sifting the information out. So we really as need to hear our membership's thoughts and feedback on those things, and to really pull out those major policy implications, and then and also then some of the implementation side of that as well, and make sure that those things are identified, as well as what are the priorities that we need to make sure are addressed. And Kathy, you hit on one about are we clearly identifying and communicating the requirements around that. And so that's what we hope we can do this afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you bet. Anybody else from the policy group? Anybody additional comments? Looks like maybe Carrie's froze.
Am I froze?
Yep, there, I can hear you, just your picture. Anybody else? Okay, I'd like to just spend a minute talking about this afternoon, and I know we'll have some additional clarification, but kind of what Carrie was referring to when we go into, we're going to have a small group, what it's called is small group discussion on policy implications for bullying report. So we're going to take a look at or ask each group, paddle, split us into breakout rooms. So, you know, when in the past, we've had our little groups and we've had our chart paper. Well, this time we're going to do it all electronically. So there will be two questions, and we'll go over those in a little bit. But one of them basically is just to give feedback on each of the 4 ones that have been presented. And then the second one, kind of what Carrie has referred to, is what recommendations do we have for the policy and plan committee going forward. So, you know, when you think about, and kind of a little bit of what I said, when you think about, okay, statutorily and regulatorily, and, you know, we'll have to rely on our KSDE folks for some of those things. What are absolute requirements that we have to have? Well, obviously data reporting is a requirement. You know, there's some other requirements. So what are absolute requirements? And then we might think about what are best practices. As we think about policies and plans, and some groups within their individual pieces had some things that could be easily incorporated into policies and plans. So I think what the policy group is looking for is recommendations from our various little subgroups, and we won't necessarily be in each of our 5 subgroup areas. We're actually going to be kind of split up. Is that right, Pat? You can just nod your head. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So we'll, like some people from definition, cyberbullying, data, prevention, and policies, we're all going to be split up into these various groups, and then we'll be able to give feedback to each individual group and then to the policies and plans as they're moving forward, which kind of brings everything together. So that's kind of what we'll do after lunch.
And I think what will be important in that is for the policy and plans group to do our work, we really need to be able to have something to focus on, right? Something so that it's more streamlined and we know here are the big rocks we need to tackle. And then we can come back through and find out if we were able to address all of the and make sure we didn't miss anything and there's no gaps. But what are the big rocks that we need to make sure are addressed?
Okay. All right.
While we're talking about this afternoon, I want to make sure that when we break for lunch, you can turn off your cameras, you can turn off your microphones, but please don't turn off your Zoom, because I have attempted to put us into breakout rooms prior to this meeting, and I can tell from what I just checked, it did not save. So I'm going to do that while you guys are at lunch. I'll get you assigned to a breakout room. So please stay active on Zoom, but you can have everything shut down so that nobody sees you.
Okay. Don't close out of Zoom is what you're saying.
Right.
Or you can mute it so nobody hears me munching my potato chips, huh?
That's right. You can be muted. You can have your camera off. Just don't log out of Zoom.
Pat, those people that are not available after lunch, just email you, I assume, or remind you so you don't put us in the chat room.
Well, I'll put you in a room, but if you're not there, you simply are not there.
Okay, got it.
Or if you know you're not going to be available, I guess go ahead and log out because you can't come back.
That's
that'll
what
be
I
fine.
meant.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a couple other topics that are kind of housekeeping duties that we would like to, we've been doing other work, but we really have a couple things we need to review. And let's see, the bylaws review and discussion looks like that's going to be a review and discussion action item next time, Pat, for that?
Correct.
Okay, but then we are going to review membership for a position, and we will take action on that one today. So bylaw reviews and discussion. Do we have, you have that you can pull up on the screen?
Give me a second, Kathy. I did have it, but now I have to find it again.
Okay, I understand all this good stuff. So bylaw reviews and discussion, we have gone over before, but it's been a little while. I don't remember when we last did this. But I know it's been a little while that that we went over the bylaws.
And I might also say the leadership committee, when we put this item on the agenda, we want you to not only think about, is it properly worded, but does it say what I want it to say, especially in terms of rotation of members and members that are the qualifications of the members. So be really considerate of not just what is there, is it okay, but also is it what we want it to be?
And it looks like to me we reviewed it last in February.
Yes.
Right before COVID.
I think we're good to go now, Kathy.
Okay, all right. Why don't you scroll up a little bit? Start scrolling, Amy. And I don't know if anybody's had a chance to take a look at these or not. No, I'm sorry, not me. Okay. Am I still, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. For some reason, my screen went off. I had a phone call that tried to come in. Pat, am I in?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, well, I can't see the screen that's on, so.
Okay, Amy, scroll back up a little bit.
Pat, why don't you kind of talk through this, because everything's gone off for me.
Okay, they're right there. So we do have a table of contents. These are the major topics covered in the document. And the page numbers may or may not be correct, so there's possibly some editing to be done there, and that will be gone over after we make sure all of the wording is what we want it to be. Okay, go ahead to the next section. Okay, good. So take a look at that operating procedure, see if that matches up with what you think it should say. And please feel free to unmute your microphone and offer suggestions as we go.
I have a question. Would it be in the interest of the group on bullet point 1 under purpose to also consider adding mental wellness along with mental health, so that we move in a direction of not just supporting mental health, but advocating for mental wellness broadly in our schools?
I think that's an excellent suggestion.
Be more prevention than anything else.
So on council purpose, this language comes directly from what was adopted by the council when it was first formed. And you find these guiding purposes at the top of your agenda every time. We could certainly update them.
And I think that'd be the prerogative of this group if they want to make that adjustment.
Pat, could you enlarge this just a little bit?
Amy, could you increase the size, make it a little easier to read? Down
Very
at the
extra what I'm
bottom.
doing. I'm putting my readers on.
I got mine on.
There you go. Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
I agree with just the first bullet point. We just put within the state in the area of school mental health and wellness. Just add, make it simplify, make it that simple.
I like that.
Can you just give us a thumbs up if you're in agreement with that change? Just a simple. Looks like I see a lot of agreement. So, okay, I will make that update later. Scroll down a little bit more, Amy. Oh, well, go ahead and make the change. Perfect. Thank you. Anything else on this section? Okay, well,
I'm going to highlight where I make changes just so you know.
Perfect. Thank you. Next page. Or I think it's
Before we
the
go
next.
on, I'm sorry. Is there anything in here that we need to have for purpose is there more bullet points on purpose or is this it?
This is it.
Okay. Is there anything with, did I miss something or how about with supportive staff?
I was just going to say the same thing, Bobby. I know, and right now, of course, we're thinking we're more heightened awareness because of the COVID piece. But I know through the, through the social emotional learning work, a real focus, not just for us, but with Castle and other leadership organizations like them. Adult SEL is a big point of discussion. And right now we're talking about, about wellness as being a big point of discussion. So, looking after the meeting the needs of students and staff, I think would be appropriate.
How about after within the state area of school mental health and wellness for students and staff?
Yeah, I think as long as we're acknowledging the fact that you can't really take care of kids if you haven't taken care of yourself, type of philosophy, so I think that idea that we're talking about educator wellness is critical to students' wellness as well.
And I'm going to say it for Jane. Do we also want to include families?
Oh. Yeah.
Well, I would say we don't necessarily want to, but probably our focus really would be students and staff. Students are kind of our clientele. I mean, we go back to how much do we want the schools to take care of?
That's true. And in supporting our students, we have to support our families, and our resources do the support for the families. So in acknowledging where we have unmet needs, maybe we can keep it to students and staff.
This is Kathy Ko, and I guess, when I start thinking about work with some of our younger students, and in special ed, we start at age 3, and many of our schools are looking at preschool programs. You can't just look at the students. It really does become part of the family process as well. So just throwing that out there.
It does also say, and their families in the introduction statement up there. So to include it would support that introductory statement.
I've seen in like school mission statements and goals and things like that, if they use that word stakeholder, sometimes behind it, they'll do a parentheses, i.e., families, who are those stakeholders? And I always like it when they do that. So that would be a way to get families in there with other stakeholders. So we use that word in statement 2 and we use it again in statement 3. So maybe if we, after stakeholders, we clarify that.
So Amy, starting at wellness 4, put stakeholders.
No, Pat, I wasn't meaning that. I was just saying what is already there in bullet 2 there. After, after that stakeholders, we do a parentheses or parentheses, then i.e. families.
Could you say something like all parties involved? Something like that.
I'm sorry, you kind of cut out on me when you said that.
Could you say something like all parties involved, and that would encompass, because it could be families, it could be case managers, it could be.
I think that would be included in stakeholders.
Okay.
I think the stakeholders does include caregivers, guardians, families. It's all inclusive, I would think. Unless everybody thinks we have to describe it, but.
Could we add it as a term in an appendix or something to clarify what we're meaning?
Yeah, or the bottom of this page, an asterisk, stakeholders include, might include.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like that. I like it being somewhere. I don't think that everybody always gets what stakeholders means, and so having it a little more defined would be important.
I like it at the bottom because it's easier to, instead of going back to the back, it's just there at the very bottom.
Right. And that page has room.
Yeah.
We'll fix it later, Amy. Go ahead.
This is Jane again. I'm sorry. On this sample one that I'm looking at a school, and Pat, we can go over it later. But just for now, if you want something in there, Amy, that asterisk down at the bottom, on this thing, stakeholder has staff, parents, community members. It has students in there too. But then, like Bobby said, caregivers and things like that. If you want something in there now.
I don't think we need to get into detail of foster families and kinship care. Caregivers would be a good enough inclusive for all those. So.
How about if we said staff, parents, community members, caregivers, students, etc. So they get the idea this is a very broad term.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, moving down. As we go, please make sure that you speak up if you're not in agreement with something as well as being in agreement. So this is a definition of common terms. So the thought here would be, have we included everything that we really find essential to explaining? So this bylaws document is for members of this committee. Does this give you the basics of the terms you need to know to be a member and understand the common thread?
Kathy KO here. You know, the only one that's I don't see there is KASB, and I know we reference some of their work in our document.
True.
Awesome. Thank you.
Do we have enough of the various mental health agencies in here as far as the terminology?
I don't think we reference, I think everybody's, I don't think we have, unless everybody wants it in there. Inpatient, acute psychiatric inpatient is referenced in different capacities. I don't think, I don't think we need to add it unless people think that it's confusing, because I don't think we reference it that much in the document. I'm just talking out loud. Is it something that is confusing, or is everybody okay with just, if it ever does come up, inpatient psychiatric care? To me,
We do have the PRTFs, the psychiatric residential treatment facilities.
well, that is different than inpatient psychiatric. And acute care. One's more residential and one's short-term rapid. I don't, most people, I assume, know the difference between children's psychiatric hospital and a PRTF. If we don't, then we should put it in there. But
a lot of folks do struggle with that, Bobby. And yeah, I also don't see KDADs listed in here.
Well, for sure, KDADs needs to be in there.
You know, one thing it looks like to me is I'm not sure those are definitions as much as they are just what the acronym is for. Now, they're not all acronyms either. Advisory council's not, but it doesn't seem to me they're definitions.
You're right, Ken. I'm sorry. Doesn't make sense for the hospital part, but for KDADs, it makes sense to be able to put that in there for an acronym.
Yeah.
When I met Bobby in the title of it, it says definitions of common terms, and they're not definitions.
Yeah, you're right. It's basically what the acronym means.
Which is helpful because some people.
Oh, yes.
We are an acronym heavy society.
Yeah. Well, I think that's true, and I wouldn't say they aren't important, but I don't think they're definitions as the title implies.
Aging and disability services, Amy.
Yes.
So basically what you're saying, Ken, is we need to go back up and change the title.
Yeah, acronyms or whatever.
Maybe common terms and acronyms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have Kansas State Department of Education twice. It's at the bottom also.
And actually, that term advisory council could be the SMHAC. It's the very first, I should go on. The very first one could be the SMHAC, School Mental Health Advisory Council. That's the acronym.
Taken me a long time to get that one in my brain.
So the Kansas Department of Education is put in there because sometimes in federal law, we are referred to as the SEA.
Oh.
So that's why it's in there twice.
I wondered about that because of the term. Thank you.
Do we need to have, is KDH&E used anywhere in this document? Or do we talk about KDH&E? Do we need to spell that out? Or DCF? I'm just asking for feedback. I'm not saying we have to have it on there, but DCF would be terms that I think, Gary, I don't know about your feedback since we have KDADs on there.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Yes, I've made notes in my notes so that we can add those later. And any other additions before we move on to this section?
Yeah. Pat, if you've got the advisory council changed to SMHAC.
Oh, yeah.
Under term, That's our acronym is SMHAC. You can take out the words advisory council.
Okay, and then we can re-alphabetize the list later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, on to the next section. And this
So
is
these
just,
are,
yeah, just the basic. This is the Kansas stuff, vision and mission. It is what it is. That's the way I'll put it.
exactly. Okay, so we can go to the next, council membership. And this is where we need to think very carefully about, have we included everything, or are there things that we need to add?
And then we also need to, we need to include everything, but not maybe everybody. If I put that tactfully enough.
Or are there things that could be eliminated that we don't need to include?
Under school law enforcement, like I know we've got Ronnie, but a lot of school districts don't necessarily have law enforcement, but they have security. I think we need that to be inclusive of both. So
maybe just add a /security.
Yeah, I wouldn't put a separate category.
Kathy, would we want to say school resource officer specifically for that?
I don't.
And then, I would defer to John.
I think there needs to be, because like when I was the SRO in Jackson County, I wasn't school law enforcement. I wasn't school security. I was a deputy with Jackson County whose title was SRO. So we could do school law enforcement /SROs /school security. That would be okay. Just keep it all on one line.
Yeah, I think it needs to be inclusive of all categories.
Excellent.
I don't think we need one from each.
Right. I would agree with that. But I think because school law enforcement, even in the law, school law enforcement is different than an SRO.
Yes.
Hey, Gary, would you recommend that we put PRTF and Children's Psychiatric Hospitals, say inpatient providers or inpatient provider, and then that can combine both of those, or do you think they need to be separated out?
I think inpatient provider would be good.
Because that would include any group homes or anything else. It'd be all inclusive of any residential or hospital provider. So.
And is this the bottom of the list, or is there more to the list?
I think this is the bottom of the list.
Because I know we have several state agencies.
Oh, no, it's not.
So I don't know if you want to lump that all together, or somehow, representatives of different state agencies. Because, as we mentioned before, we started adding a bunch of different ones. I don't know how, Kathy, you'd like to put that in there.
Yeah, I think representatives, because I don't think we need to name a lot of them, and it might change as our needs change.
So maybe youth involved state agencies.
Very good. Youth involved.
Good term.
It is. I don't know if you heard my other one, just inpatient provider, and that would be all inclusive of PRT. Anybody who represents a provider in the community that has inpatient, residential, something like that. So that way you could combine the children's psychiatric. You wouldn't have to have both those terms on there.
So how did you say that term, Bobby?
Inpatient provider. And then in parentheses, you could put PRTF, acute care, YRC.
QRTP.
Yeah, and QRTP, which are not more acronyms, but, and I think that would be suffices for those four. Put a comment after PRTF. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good upgrade.
You had
so
the mental
then-
health centers, the mental health association or center included up above, right?
CMHCs are on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gary, when you talked about youth involved state agencies, are you thinking that could be inclusive of the Suicide Prevention Coalition once it gets up and rolling? Or do you think that would
Well, the
warrant a
Suicide
different?
Coalition would certainly be, we have it. Currently, we have, the Attorney General's office, KDADS are the main two involved, but KDHE would certainly be involved in child serving. But it might be good because when that gets up and running, it may, the idea is that the state agencies will really be more support to them, but not actual members of the Suicide Council, Advisory Council, Suicide Prevention Council.
Well, the reason I was thinking about that at our first meeting when we talked about it, and it showed up in the chat, someone said it made some kind of about really needing to involve education, and then I had a conversation, Andy Brown, and I said, you want to connect with us, you really need to be connecting with a school mental health advisory council. That's our consortium for education. So I think he was going to maybe reach out to Kathy anyway, but it may be somebody we want to include on the list.
I think it would be good for us to involve a member of that
that coalition.
Coalition. Thank you. Sorry.
So how do we put that on here then?
It's the Kansas Suicide Prevention Coalition. Would that be correct? Yeah. Correct, Gary?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kansas Suicide Prevention Coalition member.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, it doesn't exist at the moment, but will.
Yes. Probably will by the time we get this done.
I'm just wondering, have you ever had or considered somebody from the Kansas State High Schools Activities Association, just because extracurriculars and kind of how that could be that a lot of mental health, they could support that or represent that activity as athletic part of school?
We have not included them. I hadn't thought of that, to tell you the truth. I don't know what people think. I don't know that I have a problem with it at all.
This is Kelsey with KDHE. I really like that idea, Laura. One of the findings that we had in a recent needs assessment was teens typically confide in each other, and then the second support person they confide in is their coaches. So I think that's supports that as a great idea. I was also going to offer, there's several of us that serve on both this council and the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council. So I don't think it's essential to call that out specific, but I would like to make sure that there is continued coordination between the two moving forward. And I think this group does a really good job of that right now. But 5-10 years from now, we want to make sure that that stays in place.
Yeah, I would agree with Kelsey, in particular the Children's Subcommittee of the Governor's Behavioral Health Planning Council, of which you have, I can see probably 3 or 4 of us that already attend that, but that's not necessarily our capacity here today.
So would you recommend we specifically list that?
I think it would be good to, because there is a changing membership within that.
Does it need to be its own separate position, or can we say ensure that a member from this council is represented on our council?
Sometimes we do try to have one person represent a couple of different categories, because sometimes you can get councils too big and then they become cumbersome and don't ever get anything done. We've all sat on those kinds of groups.
Well, I think that that would be okay to say ensure that at least a member of the children's.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
And as a state agency, we have a standing position on that council. Laura Jurgensen filled it before I currently fill it. So I think we'll always have an agency person on there. As long as that agency person also serves on the school mental health advisory, we'd be fine.
And I think putting it on specifically on there, but I think that's good.
What council was that?
It's the Children's Subcommittee of the Governor's Behavioral Health Planning Council.
It's a mouthful.
Do that one more time.
I've got it, Amy. We can add it later.
Okay.
It's another acronym if we want another one that we have also.
And this is Kathy, and I would just, where we have co-ops and service centers, really, I would say interlocals and co-ops kind of fit that special ed piece. Service centers are a little different, so I wouldn't maybe consider them in this as the same category.
So it's on this same page, Kathy, where it says cooperative/service center. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, interlocals and cooperatives tend to be special ed, but
Right.
service centers are oftentimes more. They're going to be like Smoky Hill and Southwest Plains, where they're doing more in-service training and other things.
Amy, could you scroll back up for me, please? I was looking to see if we had a special education representative. Yes, we have a special education administrator. So maybe we don't need to have interlocal and co-op separately, and that other bullet could just become service center.
Yeah. Because it's going to be the same group if it's a co-op or an interlocal, generally a special ed administrator.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, if you think of others, let us know later, and then let's scroll on down. Okay, consideration, there's council membership. Consideration for membership includes the following. Are these highlighted for a reason?
I believe they were additions last time.
Okay, all right. So take a look at these real quick. Particularly that last paragraph when it talks about council members appointed for 3 years, beginning July 1 of their first year, ending June 30.
The only thing, and maybe it's somewhere else, did we address anywhere just geographic location? I thought we did, but I don't see it in here.
Yep, up on the first bullet.
There we go. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Does this membership piece pretty well mirror what the SEAC and some other groups is as far as how long they're on, Pat?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
One thing that SEAC and other groups do is allow members to serve 2 consecutive terms in the same position.
I wondered about that.
Do we want to add something like that, or do we want to stay with just 1 3-year term?
What do you think, folks?
You clarify what you're saying. So are you saying that if they serve in different
So a member that comes in representing school law enforcement.
Oh, I understand what you're saying now. If it's a different area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would serve a 3-year term and be eligible to serve a second term before being replaced on the council. But it would be the member's decision whether they wanted to remain on after the 3 years or whether they needed to be replaced.
And I think that's written in on page 5. Is it?
Okay, great. I thought we addressed it somewhere.
Yeah, because it says when a council member has completed their first term, they'll be asked if they wish to remain.
Well, and then if that's the case, I think we need to put it in this, that they could do a second 3-year term.
Yeah, and a second term is in there if the person chooses to, and then upon completion, a nomination form will be made available. So they could serve 2 terms. It would be up to them if they serve the second one.
So I guess this section addresses for new members coming in. These are things they need to be aware of, where the other section talks about a little more detail.
Okay. Okay, let's scroll on down. Council leadership.
And in membership decisions, once we start needing to recruit for members, this council would do a review and make recommendation both to the council and to the state board for those members. So that's what I'm referring to in membership decisions.
Yeah, because ultimately these have to come to the state board.
Right.
And Kathy, this is Jane. That's my question is, doesn't our leadership, you, need to be a state board person? I mean, you were appointed by the state board, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think when we set this committee up, we set it up with the idea that a state board member would chair it.
I think we should have that said. But like me, the vice chair can do that rotation thing.
Yeah.
You know, that sort of thing. But I think we should clarify that our chair is identified by the state board, and then maybe the vice chair does the term thing or whatever.
Yeah, Pat, you might want to clarify that with Peggy, but I think Jane's right on that.
Okay, I think that sounds great. So do we want for vice chair, do we want a term of 1 year? Do we want an extended term? How long do you want the term of the vice chair who is elected by the council to be?
I think 2.
I would agree with the 2. That gives continuity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. I got that. We'll add it. And I think we can move on. Membership tenure. This is where we get real specific on replacement of members and serving second terms.
You scroll a little bit, please. I'm okay with that. Anybody else?
I'm good.
Looks good to me.
Okay, responsibilities. Be my doorbell.
Okay, scroll just a little bit more so we can see the, there we go, responsibilities section. Please unmute and offer any suggestions you have on this section. I don't want to rush you, but I don't want to sit here for a long period of time either.
On number 2, we can leave it the way it is, or we can also add, since we did earlier, mental health mental health services and wellness. Unless we're fine with this the way it reads. I'm fine either way, but didn't know if, since we had wellness before, if we wanted to add it here too.
Yeah, I'd be consistent, but wellness in.
Yeah.
Super.
Pat, just a
Yes.
quick comment. I think we need to consider food service, because Child Nutrition Services has a wellness policy that they implement with every school district in the state. You have to have a committee and a council. So if we're including wellness as part of this, then I'm just thinking that we need CNS involvement as well on our council to support us working and aligning our work together.
So as a membership role?
I think that would benefit the agency as well as benefit the state.
Okay.
And then we're not duplicating what's already in regulation and required for all school districts.
So thought on that, do we want them included as KSDE staff members supporting the council or as a member of the council?
I like you're asking, I think as a State Department person.
Yeah, staff, yeah.
Mhm.
Now, are we focused on all wellness or just mental health wellness, or is everybody considering that the same?
Yes, I think it's probably all wellness,
Okay. I'm just clarifying.
because I think that's kind of why Bert brought up the food service piece.
Yeah, that's why that makes sense. I was just clarifying we're meaning all wellness, and that's why we're adding food. So, okay.
Okay. Anything else before we move to format for public comment?
I was looking at number 3. This is Diane Jerset, and we were talking about obtaining information from constituencies, and perhaps that's already a broad number. Earlier, a couple of people mentioned the Suicide Coalition Prevention Task Force, and then the Governor's Behavioral Planning Council, the Children's Subcommittee. And so I was thinking about kind of all those other official groups going on. Do we want to say specifically that we're going to hear from different groups like that, or is constituencies broad enough that we're not worried about teasing out being more?
I think constituencies would be broad enough. Okay, let's scroll. This is probably pretty similar, isn't it, Pat?
Yes.
That's kind of I'm kind of trying to keep an eye on the time, because we definitely want to get to our discussion time this afternoon.
Yes. I think we're ready to go to the meeting norms.
Looks like the only change is that majority for votes. Is that right?
Yes.
So 2/3 for a quorum, and then we have a majority of the quorum. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, that looks good.
And is that the end?
Woo!
No.
Glad we got done with some of that other stuff earlier, so we had time to do this.
Keep going, Amy. I think there's more pages.
Nope, that's the end of the document.
Oh, well, okay, perfect.
Okay, so that we will vote on the bylaws next time.
Yes.
So if you have any other thing you want to let Pat know about the bylaws, feel free to do so between now and the next meeting. Okay, now we want to review membership for a position of school district / community partnership. So Pat, I think you have some information on this one for us.
Well, as soon as Amy is able to pull us back to our slide, I will do that. So Judy Rodman has changed her position. She is no longer with Bert Nash, and she has recommended replacing her with a staff member from Bert Nash, who is Carla DeHetre. And Carla, I believe you are on. If you would unmute and just share with us briefly your role in working with Bert Nash so we get an idea of what you currently do and how you would connect to this council.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for allowing me to participate. I believe I filled in for Judy in February on that snowy day when we met in Topeka. So it's nice to see some friendly faces again. Again, my name is Carla D. Haight, and I'm a licensed specialist clinical social worker in the state of Kansas. I currently am the program manager for our school-based mental health program at Bert Nash called WRAP, which stands for Working to Recognize Alternative Possibilities. The program has been present in Douglas County in one form or another for over 20 years. We currently are in 6 of the elementary schools in Lawrence, all of the middle and high schools in Lawrence, and then we also are in the junior high and high school in Baldwin, the middle and elementary school in Eudora, and our Perry Lecompton WRAP specialist covers all needs. So we're happy to cover the entire county. Really, our focus is on to help students and families succeed and help them help their students succeed in school by supporting students whose mental health issues get in the way of them being successful. Traditionally, we try to work with and target general ed students who might not qualify for other services so they don't fall through the cracks. And we have a wonderful partnership with the different school districts and communities and school buildings. We work as our therapists work as part of the mental health teams in each of their settings to best to collaborate to best figure out how to support the social and emotional needs of the students. I describe it to school folks when we're looking at a tier system. WRAP really does focus on tier 2 and tier 3 students. However, we are there for everyone. We're willing to jump in to help out with tier 1 supports as well. And so that's a little bit about the program. Very quickly, I have been at Bert Nash for 17 years. Been very grateful to be able to be here. Most of that time has been with the WRAP program in the capacity of WRAP specialist or therapist in various school settings in Douglas County in school age ranges as well. I was also the therapist for the therapeutic classroom for the WEBS classroom for a short time in Eudora. And I've done outpatient therapy at Bert Nash in Child and Family Services. And I, since 2012, I have been a mental health first aid instructor. So I've also had the opportunity to meet folks throughout the state and co-facilitate, which I believe is a wonderful program, mental health first aid to lots of educators, lots of other community folks, so everybody can build their skills in order to best help students and kids, families, and school staff too. I'm so happy to hear that we brought that up earlier today, because I think especially now that's such an important piece of what we need to be looking at too. I have lived in Lawrence for the past 20 plus years. I'm a Chicagoan. I was born and raised there. I went to KU for my undergrad and Loyola University of Chicago for grad school. I'm a diehard lifelong Cub fan, although I mentioned on my bio that the Royals are my American League team. And my husband, Dave, and I live in a very old house, which we love, but is as many of you might know, just a money pit, but it's fun to work on the house. Love gardening, yoga, hanging out with friends, walking, hiking. So that's a little bit about me. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take those on. So I've been program manager for RAP for the last 2 years. So this is I'm still learning, and I really, really appreciate the guidance and modeling that Judy was able to provide me, and she will be missed, but I'm happy to be here.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Really appreciate that. Okay, so this position is actually a school district and community partnership, and as Carla mentioned, the position that she's filling does fit that need. It's that kind of co-based need. So Judy recommended her and nominated her for that position. This is an action item, right, today, Pat?
Yes, we need an official motion by a current member and a second, and then we will do a vote with the poll again.
Okay, so we'll look for a motion for approval for Carla as a membership in the position for the school district community partnership. Do we have a motion? And I can't see everybody. So
Mark Torkelson, I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion from Mark, second.
Jose Cornejo, I second.
Okay, second by Jose Conejo. Sorry, Jose.
You're good.
Do we have anything else? Okay, up on your screen, there is a motion for membership. So if you would vote on that, please. Okay, all right. Welcome, Carla.
Thank
You're
you.
Officially on the committee. We're glad to have you. Thank you.
Glad to be here.
Okay, all right. We are going to break for lunch and only a few minutes late, but I would like to start at 12:45 back up. So then that's when we'll get in. So we'll come back on as a whole group, and then Pat, are we going to, right? We're coming as a whole group, and then you'll put us into committees, Pat?
Yes, we will share a little bit of brief explanation of the small groups, and then we will break into small groups.
Okay, so if you would just stop your video and mute, and then you can close your computer, or I have a laptop, so I'll probably close mine. So, and then at 12:45, we'll be back on, but don't go off of Zoom. Thank you.
Right. We stay on Zoom, right? So don't close our computers out.
Right. Stay on Zoom, just mute and stop your video. Okay, looks like we've got about maybe 25 on now.
Yes, we did lose several that would not be able to join us this afternoon.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, we did talk this morning. We went through all the various group subcommittees that presented, and we talked about the small group discussion that we're going to do. And what we'd like to do is have you address two different questions. And those are both up on your screen. The first one, as far as the subcommittees that were reported, which would include the bullying definition, cyberbullying data, and the resources one. If you have any feedback you'd like to give those subcommittees, we'd ask that each subcommittee select a reporter or recorder, however you want to say it. So that each subcommittee has somebody who can then report out to the full group. So first of all, and we don't know whether it'll take 15 minutes, but we hope no more than 15 minutes, is that you would talk about those 4 subcommittees and see if you have any feedback you'd like to give to any of them. And then I think Pat's going to warn us when we're close to time for that 15 minutes to be up.
I will try to hop into each room and say it's time to move to question 2.
Okay, all righty. Then question 2 is taking the information, and Carrie's going to follow me up with this, but taking the information that we have, what recommendations do you have for the Policy and Plan Committee? So in other words, as they put together the policy and plan piece, what are those key components that you think need to go into that? They're looking for some recommendations, ideas that you've got, that kind of information. Carrie, you want to add anything else?
I think so, Kathy, you really hit on a key part of it in terms of kind of pulling out the, as I talked, the big rocks. And we want the council to have an opportunity to collectively process the information and the work of the groups. So, and to help us help identify and prioritize what some of the major implications are. So I guess at the end of the meeting, I hope that we're able to have some sifted out, that we sift out some of the big implications, as well as perhaps identify some priorities, or also come to a conclusion or comments that lead us to believe that, you know, this is where we're at right now is a pretty good place. We need to go, and if we took this direction, it's about implementation. We don't necessarily need a new policy, we need better implementation. Those types of big kind of thinking about it on a bigger statewide level, as well as connections. If you see that there are connections that you have, I think today actually throughout our entire meeting, we did there were lots of connections being made in terms of similar efforts and collaboration opportunities that we can pull together and capitalize on, as well as looking at, is there something that is anything that's missing? I mean, I think the bullying task force's summary recommendations document has some pretty clear ideas about what they wanted this group to look at. And in terms of implementation of those, some of them are in the process of being implemented, but maybe we need some more defined elements around it. For example, the definition piece. So we just really want an opportunity for people to kind of have a chance to digest those and pull out those big implications for policies, as well as the implementation of plans. So and then that'll help our group focus and streamline that work. And we'll put the more formalized language on it. Really don't, you don't think anybody needs to get in worrying about wordsmithing anything or that type of things, unless you see something that would be a real red flag word is what we call them. If there's a red flag word in there, that would be good for us as a group to know. So does that help, Kathy?
Yep, you bet. Now, Carrie mentioned the recommendations from the bullying task force. Now, if you remember, we had a multiple page document, and then Pat put together a nice, and I'll call it a one pager, even though it's front and back, but that really summarized those 7 recommendations. So you have that sheet. So if you want to pull that up, there are 7 of them. And this may be a time that you'll want to look at that when you get to that second question, which is, what do you think for policies and plans? Obviously, we have to deal with what's required in statute, but then there's also, some best practices. Well, I think these recommendations give us some idea of best practices. So you might want to, whoever's going to do screen sharing, which won't be mine in my group. I don't know how to do that. Few of the others may say that too, but that document is among that list that Pat sent to you. So, okay, well, Pat, we'll have you start sending this to our group.
Okay, so I will
what is our time frame?
Go ahead, Pat.
You have 45 minutes total, 15 hopefully approximately for the first question and 25 for the second question. And I will try to give groups a heads up that it's time to move to the second question, in case you haven't moved. At the end of the 45 minutes, you'll get a message about a minute or 2 before it pulls you back to the main room that your time is about to be expired. So with that, I think I have everyone assigned to a room. So I will hit the button and you should see a message to join a room.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pat.
You bet.
I'm showing 18 back, Pat.
I think we had a couple that left during the process
Okay.
because I'm showing that we have 19. Well, no, maybe they're coming back. They're still coming.
Jumped up.
We're back. We just finished.
Okay, great. Well, welcome back, everybody. We had a good conversation in our little subgroup and have some suggestions and recommendations to the bigger group. So I don't know, I'll just kind of get started here, and we'll get started on reporting out. What we'd like is for you to report out. Let's first of all report out if you have any revisions or suggestions to the subcommittees. And let's do kind of a real quick round robin on just that one question, and each person take about a minute. So whoever's your recorder for the first question, and John, I'll pick on you because I know you're our reporter for our small group. So just do the first question, and Pat, time him. He's got a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to have to auto mute me after the minute because I'll just keep talking. But I was the recorder from group 3. A lot of what we had in this first question was just some different kind of wording and stuff that we had talked about. The principal or administrator should be changed to educator. And then making sure that anytime we refer to a parent, we change that to a parent/caregiver. When we talked, even in the cyberbullying section, parent needs to be parent/caregiver, and making that more encompassing because it's not always just going to be the parent. And we can use different kind of words. We even throw out families or guardian, whatever needs to happen. Under the data section, we noticed kind of a formatting error that we'd like to see changed at the end of page 1, beginning of page 2. There's 4 bullet points. 3 of them are on the first page, and 1 of them is on the second page. So seeing if we can get that back into just 1 page. But then also talk about how and where is the data collected, and how is the data used, and how is it going to be shared with people. And so that's a little bit of what we talked about, and I think I stayed under my minute.
I think you did great.
Okay, next group. Who'd like to go next?
Well, it's Kathy K.O. and I'll go next for our group. I don't know what our number was. We'll just say
okay.
the gifted group.
Number 4.
No, okay, 4. One of the things that was brought up that we all agreed was important is to be careful that within the document we talk about bully prevention and not just bully program or bully, it's bully prevention, to make sure the prevention word gets in there. Then when we talked a little bit about the data section, we specifically were talking about the Kansas Youth Risk Behavior Survey with the CDC 2019, that would have some good information. The need to perhaps do more triangulation of the data or encourage that from 3 different sources using multiple measures. And then of course, when we get into policy, we had a lot more specifics on tying things back to KISA and other things. We also talked about the climate survey to help districts develop their own in the data section to have a little bit more specific data. And a little tidbit that was interesting was that there was a survey that was done before the pandemic that 21% of students, I guess, reported that they had been bullied on school property, whereas 1 in 6 had indicated cyberbullying. We think that probably will go up with the pandemic and people being not at school as much, but that was kind of interesting when you have actual data and you're looking at some of that information. And then I think the rest all kind of falls more under the policy section.
Okay, well then we'll come back to you. Okay, next group. Thank you very much.
I'll go. We were group 2, and similar to what the other groups have said already, discussing the need to use the term educators instead of administrators and principals, since everybody is in this and will have a role. And also talked about the possibility of putting in the prevention in preventative measures prior or before the responses, or how the schools or the districts would respond. And then really looking at the capacity for adults in this process in terms of community involvement, and taking a look at the SACD standards and how to apply them school, home, and within the community too. I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly. And I think that was it. And then I think that's it.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you very much. Okay. The fourth group.
We were group one, and a couple of things that we talked about. First, sort of what we talked about as the large group before lunch was with the prevention and resources. If there could be more clarity about the form, what its purpose is and intent for use, that would be helpful. We think it's a great form, but maybe a little more clarity on that would be helpful. We talked about cyberbullying for the most part in this section. We appreciate the language of the administrator having the burden and acknowledging how much control they may or may not have outside the school setting, and thought that that was worded well. We thought it might be beneficial to have an appendix, and in the appendix give some sort of clarification on substantially disruptive learning environment, what that looks like, who is disruptive, is that confined to the classroom building, what kind of space and people. And then what is the statute and the case law? I believe that it is cited in one place. Should it be cited here? And could we pull examples from the case law perhaps of what substantially disruptive learning environment is, which could also be included as a resource. We also thought it would be helpful if the parent letter is included as a Word document, so that it could be a template that could be easily duplicated and branded by each school.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That's some good feedback. So those of you who were recorders, if you could make sure to type that up and get that to Pat, and then she'll be able to get it out to the group as a whole. That's helpful. Okay, now we're going to talk about the group, the recommendations that came up from each of the four groups for the policy. And so these are kind of, as Carrie called them, big rocks. What are some things that you think policy needs to make sure that they include? And you'll have more than a minute here. Why don't we kind of shoot for 2 minutes? Hopefully we can get through all group. I'm kind of trying to keep track of the time, make sure we move along, but we've got some important stuff to talk about. So John, you want to start again?
Absolutely. We talked about how everybody's got to have a clear definition. We can't use a whole bunch of legalese. It has to be, here's the definition, and this is how it's going to apply across the board, so that we're all playing by the same rules. We talked about we got to have a method for the data collection. We have to review the data, and then most importantly, we have to use the data. We can't just sit on it. And we talked about having specific to a school building, the data there, and being able to report back and create plans that way in that specific school building, but then also district-wide data, so that we can make this district-wide kind of a plan, but then more specifically, what's going on in our building, because especially we know things are different from building to building in every school district. One thing, and we weren't 100% sure, but we got to have training. And it needs to be mandatory training. And we know it's one more thing that we're kind of throwing at our educators and one more thing that we're throwing at schools, but this can be lumped in with a lot of different other things. But it needs to happen, and it can't just be glanced over and kind of have everybody have that glazed eyes. But then reporting to the local Board of Ed annually as to what you're doing, the pluses and the minuses, and what your data is showing. And how we're moving forward. And Kathy brought up a great point, having a mental health wellness report or a social emotional report that you can also kind of gather the data in and use that and report that out, because it is important that we get this stuff out there to not only our board, but so our community understands what's going on, because a lot of times our communities are the ones who can come in and step in and help as well.
Thanks, John. Okay, next group.
Well, I'll go again. I guess I was second last time. This is Kathy Ko. We were group 4. And we did have a lot of discussion around data as well, measures of effectiveness and what's going to be used and how to do all of that. So that was a pretty big rock. And I think we talked about it a little bit a minute ago, and it was mentioned from the last group. Accountability measures are very important. I think that took up probably, if we were going to put everything under a main category, that took up a lot of time and concern. Recommending, what to use and how to use it, and in particular discussed how maybe you have the assurances under KISA and how you need to make sure that this information and this policy might need to be built up within KISA as well and the connections thereof. We also talked about the secure plans that were the safe and secure plans, I should say, that were created in the MOUs with law enforcement. We know that there's some things going on, perhaps legislatively around that, but all of those pieces need to fit together and coordinate together within how we set up the policy within the document and articulate that information. Also issues related to confidentiality, where the concern is when it gets turned over to law enforcement or what you have that you can share related to confidentiality, so some guidance there. In particular, talked about the need for policy prevention and training of students, staff, and community. Talked as well about definitions associated with things such as what does substantial really mean, so that everybody has the same kind of idea. Also, in particular, talked about the best practices that were called out earlier within the cyberbullying document, and that perhaps we need some information on there, and then to get back into not just the disciplinary issue, but things in terms of the recommendation of restorative measures and what we're training and what we're doing. And then also the Platt Act was brought up because Kansas is a Platt Act state, and so how that fits into everything that we're doing. So there's a lot of different things that are happening already and how those are pulled within the policies and planning document. And I'm sure there's other things that the rest of the group might want to shout out that I might have missed.
Okay, I went third last time, so I'll go next. We also talked about the importance of clarity. We talked about who's responsible for the implementation of a plan, building districts, etc. Who has a role and what those roles are. We talked about accountability and who are districts and schools responsible to. And then the need for policies to be upgraded and changed as times change, support about what is being implemented and changed, and the importance of a regular review to see if it is still relevant or if there are things that need to be added or taken away. And then a big question about where are the youth? How do we involve the youth? Is there a state youth advisory group? And the importance for all stakeholders to be involved. And really, because for the youth, if we can empower them and have them see that they are an important part of not just the problem, but also for helping and for solving the problem, I think it would be more successful. And then also training and involvement at the university level. We discussed where that is or where that could be or how that could be helpful.
Thank you. That's good to have the youth component in there. And, they may be part of the problem, but good heavens, they're part of the solution.
Absolutely.
They, of course, it isn't just the youth that are doing the bullying too. We all realize that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, have them be part of the solution. Okay, very good. Okay, next group.
Well, you'll find that we had some of the same comments as the first three groups. one of the things that we did was we took a look at the implementation of the bullying task force recommendations, and the last sentences of that document state the most promising practices to impact bullying behavior are those that are school-wide, universal, and involve parents and families. This is the goal of social emotional learning programs, and effective approaches should be shared and considered. So as we talked, we realized that that's really everything that we were talking about, and how a really good plan that's put in place includes not only the plan, the policy, the implementation guide, but also has outcomes, that you have an evaluation plan in place. And by looking at what you want out of the program up front, that'll help you develop the evaluation, and that it would be helpful to have some evaluation pieces here by looking at what the goals are and focusing on those behaviors that are school-wide, universal, and involve parents and families. Also mentioned the focus on student progress, as well as looking at the program and the district effectiveness in an evaluation plan. Looking to see that the implementation plans support the policy. Also a need for data, looking at how to engage more districts in participating in the Communities that Care survey to have better data, something that we've talked about in previous meetings. And I think that is pretty much encapsulates what we discussed.
Very good, thank you. Okay, that should be all 4 groups. Is there anything additional anybody wants to share?
This is Kathy Kao, and I did miss something that we talked a little bit about, which was resiliency and ways to get some data within buildings on that particular topic as well, some guidance in that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, some really good feedback, folks. Now, again, I'd ask your recorders from each group if you would summarize, first of all, your first bullet point, which were the revisions to each subcommittee, and then summarize your second one, which were your recommendations to the Policy and Plan Committee, and get those to Pat. And then Pat, in turn, can get those back out to the chairs of those committees so we can kind of move forward. I'm anticipating probably each group is going to have at least one more subcommittee meeting. The policy group probably meet more than once, and gets information back to us. We are going to bring the report back in December. Our next meeting is December, and of course, I guess this is October 1st. So our next meeting is December, so that report's going to come back. So if you think, and this report is going to have to be put together in a format, a written format to kind of make sense. So we're going to need a writing committee, which won't involve too many people, but some people who at least have some experience of putting these things together. And I know nobody needs anything extra to do. I realize that, but we do need to have somebody that's willing to at least write the introduction with some assistance and some feedback from some other folks, and then some folks who are good at editing, who can go through and make those cleanup things. So those of you who are interested and or willing, you could certainly send a note in the chat box, and don't all jump up at once and do that, because I'll be reaching out to you if you don't, we don't get some volunteers. And I'm happy to help on that. I can't say I'm happy, but I will help. So, because we do need to put together a good report to bring to the board, and then eventually it will go to the legislature. You know, one of the things that our little small subgroup we talked about, because, you know, we talk about right now, and at the board, we're particularly conscious of that. We continue to ask more of our teachers. So as we put this report together, I think we've got to be very careful how we ask as far as the training, as far as the other components. That's why our small group, we talked about maybe it becomes a social emotional well-being report or a mental health well-being report. We talk about academic learning. we need to be talking about our social emotional learning. Social emotional is one of the board goals. So there shouldn't be, I mean, there should be every reason to have this conversation at your local board tables too. We always talk about academic learning. Why aren't we talking about our social emotional learning? So, and within that social emotional learning, we certainly can have the bullying prevention. We can have the suicide prevention. We can have a lot of those things. So as we talk about training, we talk about those kinds of things. We're going to want to think about is how do we, because you remember, those of you who've been on the committee for a while, some of our early meetings, we talked about how do we work smarter? So how do we combine some of these things? And again, I think we've got to be careful we don't continue to silo all this social and emotional work, and we try to figure out some ways to connect it so folks can put some of this stuff together. So I think as we begin to write the plan and as we begin to think about the policy components, that's something I think we need to consider when we look at those. Those are just kind of Kathy Bush's editorial comments. So
Kathy, I might throw one additional editorial comment to that, because we were talking about this in our group, and we kind of jumped to about the accountability piece. I was jumped to the KISA thing. Well, that's where KISA is done. Your assurances are there, and how do we kind of beef that up? And then you start thinking about how do we integrate and connect all this work. You know, you also look within KISA, and you've got every district is required a foundational structure for 3-tiered system of support, which is, again, another structure you can connect that to. That is a logical place to be thinking about bullying prevention and strategies towards bullying prevention. And it's a requirement. So I think we need to be thinking, when I say we, I'm thinking policy and practices, or policy and practices group, the policy group, policy and plans, thinking about what are those big pieces, what are those big foundational structures that we connect to. KISA is one, but it's kind of an accountability piece. You know, 3-tier system support is another, but it's more of a prevention and a intervention piece that really probably gets more at reducing the impacts of bullying, but encouraging that group to kind of just think about what are those big connecting structures that all districts have to put in place. Very good point, Myron. Thank you. It's important. We've got to start connecting it, and because our teachers they're swimming upstream right now, and we don't need to be adding anything else to them. We need to start helping them make those connections. Okay, so again, those of you interested in helping, hooray, somebody sent one to me. Yay. Okay, Kelsey, I know you sent it privately, but Kelsey Torres has said she'd be willing to help. So, woohoo! Go, Kelsey. Did you get that, Pat? Wherever you are? I don't see you on my screen, but I know you're there. Okay, so wrap-up comments. First of all, before we make wrap-up comments, we had a couple of people share some things earlier for the good of the order. Does anybody else have additional information that they would like to share? And if you have something, just unmute and share, because I don't have all your pictures up on the screen.
Real quick, one thing I'd like to share that I just saw. It was put out by the America's Promise in the June 2020 edition. One of the things that I feel like we really need to think about, especially when it comes to bullying and mental health, 29% of the students that were surveyed, and unfortunately it doesn't tell me how old, they were talking about adolescents, so I'm assuming it's 13 to that 13 to 18 year olds, but 29% of these kids said they did not feel connected at all to school, or to their classmates, or to the school community. So that's in a COVID type world where we're Zooming everything. That's a huge safety concern, and that's when the bullying and the school shootings and all this other stuff happen, because we're not connected to an adult in a positive relationship at the school, and we don't feel like anybody else matters. So that's something that I'm going to be putting out and be looking at very closely, because that's a school safety issue for sure for us in this country.
Good point, John. Thank you. Anybody else something to share? Okay, kind of following up on what John said, when we meet in December, we will certainly wrap up, hopefully make final edits, anything else like that that we do to our report. The report will then, a draft copy will probably go to the board in December, and then maybe for approval in January, and then it'll go to the legislature. So we're going to want to have a pretty solid copy ready to go in December. So those of you subcommittees that are working, that'll be our timeline. And this doesn't mean that it comes into the group, because we're going to want to send it out to folks to have some informal feedback and editing, but it'll need to come back sometime in November, probably, as far as a pretty good final draft anyway. So kind of be thinking of that. And then also in December, kind of leaning on what John just said, is, we really need to think about, because I imagine even in December, we're going to still be pretty heavy in this pandemic. And so we probably need to be talking about, because we've spent a lot of time, because we've needed to, as far as the report's concerned, the bullying task force recommendations, and we will continue to finalize those. But I'd like to see us have some conversation as how do we provide supports to this, what will probably be in and out of school culture that we're going to have for a while. Are there additional things? We've got some good things we've talked about and are going to send out with schools, but are there some additional things that we need to talk about in December? So just like John mentioned something that he's seen, if there's some additional things that you think the board or this council, first the council and then maybe to take to the board later, that something that will come up, so we need to be aware of that. Let's plan on having some conversation about that in December at our meeting. So kind of put that in the back of your mind to be looking at and thinking about. And those of you that are out in the field, you're going to be able to tell us, what do folks need? What are some things that they need, and what are you seeing? We've got school mental health folks, we've got community mental health folks, we've got school people. What are some things you're seeing that needs to be some support that we can try to provide and help support?
Kathy, if I might.
Yes, please.
As you have those ideas for discussion or to share at the December meeting, if you would just send me a quick email so I can note them on an agenda for December, and then you can talk about them, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, I think that's it for the good of the order. What I'm going to ask is if Pat and Myron and Kent and Carrie and Jane maybe can stay on for just a couple of minutes. Can we do that, Pat? I see her nodding yes. So if we could stay on for a couple of minutes to kind of talk about next steps with the small group, that may save us another leadership team meeting at another time. So thank you to everybody, and thanks for your work not only today. I know it's hard to sit for this amount of time to have a meeting. I've had to get up a couple times and stretch myself. I'm not a real good sitter. I guess it's good for us to do this every now and then to remind what our kids are going through, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So thank you to everybody, and thanks for all your good work out in the field, for everything you're doing for our Kansas kids and our teachers and our staff members and our families. So thanks for all the support. So
thank you.
Meeting's adjourned.